Happy New Year, Happy January, all that good things. This is Rope Break, a wrestling podcast. I am Alex. This is Peter,
What's up, everybody? It's Peter Weston.
and we are here to talk about Raw on Netflix, the big jump for the WWE. Wow, brother, this is going to be something special. Pay per view quality. What are your thoughts on the acquisition by Netflix to get the WWE?
It's exciting, man. I don't have cable anymore. I cut the cord a minute, so I've been watching Raw from like YouTube clips. So I'm excited to watch it on Netflix. My wife, who is not even a hardcore wrestling fan, is excited to watch Raw on Netflix. So this seems like a big deal. And me as someone who was planning on canceling Netflix after Stranger Things. Now I'm like, oh, okay, we're stuck together. We're we're in this. So I'm excited for Monday for all the long list of things I got going on and ongoing, just to see how this ride with Netflix is going to be.
That is awesome. Me too. The the jump to Netflix. Um, even though it's been stated that yes, AEW beat WWE for bringing both their shows live on a streaming service with Max and still on regular television. They're doing it big on their side. I give them that, but it wasn't as it wasn't pushed as much as this is,
Not at all.
and it's definitely not the card. This card, it's a pay per view card. The what people are reporting about what's going on with who's going to be returning. This is special. So I'm definitely excited. I'm definitely excited. I've been watching some of the new shows they've even came out on Netflix with the WWE. So I definitely thought that was cool. Have you had a chance to watch any of the new shows, such as the Big E show with the Vault? I think that's what it is.
I have not. And with that said, I seen something The Rock posted. So I'm wondering, is he about to get like a Netflix documentary or something, or was from something else?
I'm not sure. I think The Rock probably is going to get a Netflix documentary. I mean, he's The Rock. He's
Because like
big.
when he was promoting the Netflix thing, he posted this clip and it was talking about him and his a trip he did where he was given that honor as travel I guess an actual travel chief in Samoa. So I was wondering if they making a documentary about his his journey there or whatnot.
I can see that happening, and it would definitely be something. Maybe he's going to announce that tomorrow.
Yeah.
Uh, with him being an actual tribal chief, I wonder if he's going to be screwing over Roman, or are they going to get back with him and Cody? Whatever they're going to do tomorrow, I am excited to see it, and I can definitely see The Rock doing a documentary about being Samoan because I know that's a really big deal with him, especially with the two Moana movies. On top of him being in this bloodline storyline, and him also being the one showing off the the bloodline family. When they did the whole thing at the press conference at WrestleMania last year, he was standing in front of the lineage tree of the family. He was the one really talking. Roman really wasn't talking about it as he was the tribal chief, but The Rock was the one displaying the family as a tribal chief would.
And as we talked earlier, it makes more sense to why he talks more about that than a Roman does. But I also think if he, before getting a call from Disney, if he would have got that call from Disney about doing Black Panther, maybe we would have got a documentary about him exploring his Black heritage. And for that, I feel we've been cheated. And just a Rock going through Miami or Atlanta, wherever. I don't know where. Actually, no. Rocky Johnson's from Canada. Well, I
Yeah,
don't know. We could learn about Canada Black history. We.
Canadian. Like Drake can tell us about that. We don't need the Rock.
But I am, it's exciting to see The Rock back.
I'm happy to see The Rock, but there's also a few other people that I'm also happy to hear. It's pretty much written in stone that Becky Lynch will make her return tomorrow night. Um, I don't know how I really truly feel about that. What are your thoughts on it?
I don't have any feeling like, if she's, ready to come back, it's always good to have her. I did like the feud that she had before she left with Trish. But other than that, I haven't, you know, I don't know. I don't want to say I'm burnt out of Becky or nothing, but just not super excited. But if she's ready to come back, and she's motivated, I'm with it. I wonder if she plays a role with the CM Punk and Seth thing. I'm not saying I'm looking forward to it or anything, but just the fact that she got mentioned Monday, I just wonder if she would be involved with that. I mean, she's more likely to be involved with that than anything going on with Liv's basically busy with Rhea, so what else is there for her to do Monday? I don't see anything other than maybe her cutting a promo saying she's coming back or saying she's going to enter the Royal Rumble. I can see that.
Definitely. When it comes to Becky, I would rather her see her come back as a heel. But I did see this interesting theory where they said that she might come back within the Seth Rollins feud into the Royal Rumble, and then we hear AJ Lee come out, and then that'll be AJ's return, and we'll have AJ versus Becky at Mania, which I thought that would be cool. I would like to see AJ's return. That would be amazing.
I guess in a parallel universe, that's like the main event at uh the mixed tag match show.
Yes.
If that somehow got its own pay-per-view, that is the main event. of
Mixed match challenge.
Yeah, yeah. I I'm not mad at it. I'm not as a big well, I mean, I liked it when she was there, but I'm not as big on that crowd that wants to see AJ Lee return. Um, if she wants to, the same with Becky, I'm all for it, but I think we're good with them chilling at home. I don't need them. But if but I hear it all the time. People's always talking about how they want AJ Lee back. I do fear that nostalgia might play a role in that, and then she come back, and then a lot of people's disappointed. Why is she doing this or doing that? And that's one of those But hey, if that's what you want, you got to find out the hard way. If it's really what you want.
I agree um, with that. I think the style of rest she was revolutionary for the style of wrestling that she was putting on
Back then.
during the Divas era.
But can she hang with a Charlotte Flair? No.
Who can hang with the Queen?
But even Bianca or like she was good at that time. And I'm not saying she's not good, but she was like, she was the bar was, here and she was there, but now people are, it's not the same. And not only that, it's been some time since I know she's still trained and she's been working who was she with? Was she with WoW?
Yeah, she's as well.
So I know she's still like involved, but like, she hasn't really, test herself out in a match or anything. Like, and time don't wait for anybody. So ages, I don't know how much she can hang everybody ain't Trish Stratus, you know, who wrestles, my opinion, better now than she did in her prime. But everybody ain't like that.
I agree. Um, and I think Trish worked really hard to step up her game
Yeah,
uh,
definitely.
compared to AJ. But I don't know what AJ's willing to do. Unlike Trish, she can wrestle with CM Punk. She has a husband that she can have a match with at any time that she chooses to. and I'm pretty sure Cora Jade and Roxanne, who have said they love some AJ Lee, would love to see the AJ Lee show. But me personally, if AJ doesn't come back when it does pertain to Becky, I want Becky Lynch to become a heel. Um, I know everybody's like Becky's a baby face. Becky needs to stay as a baby face, and I don't agree with that at all.
I
Um,
don't agree with it either. I think that moment where she was the man, I think that was a high moment. But I think after that, and I maybe I'm in the minority. After that, it got a little cartoony, and I don't find she can be a little corny to me. And
Agreed. I agree.
and the more and more she, was given more TV time, that corny side was coming out. And it and I just think eventually, the people that love us stuff, they're gonna turn. I mean, I just think people see the man, but that gimmick, I don't know. It had its run. I don't think it's ever gonna get back to like that again. And they was having Becky do some crazy stuff. She was talking crazy to John Cena. She was, like I don't know. I think they were doing too much for her.
They were trying for a little while. I feel like they were trying to build the company around Becky because Becky was the biggest baby face. She was obviously bigger than Roman at the
Yeah.
time. She was bigger than who else did they have? Seth. But that's not saying too much. No, not that I'm not a Seth Rollins fan, but I don't think Seth is not a guy to carry the company. He's not that type of character.
Oh, don't say it to
Um,
him because I feel like he's dedicated to proving that he is the guy to put the company behind. And I'm a Seth fan. Like you said, I got a type, so I'm a Seth fan.
yes.
But yeah, he seems like he is hell bent on proving. I think that's why he always gets in interviews and talks crazy about people in the Indies and AEW because he's trying to look like a company man.
I mean, he is a company man. I mean, I think
But
he
but but but
honestly
he wants to be like he wants to be Cena. He wants to.
he's Triple H in the Attitude Era, and that's fine. That's a company man. You don't get any more company man than the
Yeah, yeah,
man writing the show for you, who's on every ad. He's on our ads more than the professional wrestlers that are still wrestling. You see Triple H talking about Raw on Netflix. So, and I have on a Triple H shirt right now, so I love Triple H, but I still feel there's a little bit of overexposure with Triple H, and with it comes to Seth and Becky, I think they are also overexposed. I think Becky was cool, but then they tried to turn Becky into Stone Cold Steve Austin with as a woman, and when you
yeah,
hear
yeah,
whoa, there was like people get scared. Why would Nia Jax be ever afraid of Becky Lynch in real life? That doesn't make sense. Like she accidentally broke her face. Come on now, accidentally broke her face.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
on purpose, she sure as hell can break her face. Now that doesn't make sense. Um, but if she does come back, I want her to come back as a heel, and I want her to come back to just mess with Rhea. Her and Rhea beat her last year at WrestleMania. She got the title from Liv. Well, no, she got the title in a battle royal. Like she didn't even beat Liv. She didn't even beat Rhea. She didn't beat anyone. She got the title in the battle royal. Then she lost it to Liv at Crown Jewel or wherever it was Crown
Yeah, it
Jewel
was Crown Jewel.
with the Dominic interference, and then Dominic came out 3 months later that he was with Liv anyway. So that's fine. Um, so maybe she'll come back and she'll turn on Rhea after Rhea defeats Liv.
Okay, yeah, it could be something.
That's my view for her. But now let's talk about the man, the big return, John Cena. John Cena's kickoff happens. Me and you both plan on going to the Royal Rumble to see Cena's last Rumble.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, I think that this is going to be the this is going to be something special. What are your thoughts on this Cena return?
I think it's gonna be something special. I think it's similar to Becky. I think he'll announce he'll be at the Rumble. He's probably gonna go a little bit more deeper and say he, inspires to. I think he probably is gonna announce he's trying to, get that record breaking, title win, the 17th. So, I think that I mean that could be a great storyline for him. Is heading in. That's what he's chasing. As he's on his farewell tour, I guess.
I see that as well. But I do have a question for you. Are you on the lines to believe like Mr. Shaw, who is not here today, but that he's going to be a 17-time world champion? And do you feel that he should be the guy to dethrone Cody Rhodes?
I could see him being a 17 time. I don't think it matters. But and the reason I don't think it matters because it's not like he's won the WWE championship 17 times. And it's like a mix of, all of those. Um and with that said, he has won the WWE championship more times than anyone. So he's not really breaking anything that really matters. I don't think he should dethrone Cody. I don't it doesn't make any sense. And then what does Cody do from there? Does he go heel? Um and what does that do for anybody? You have John Cena come in and beat your current top baby face. And he's not like, oh, he's on his last days. He is on a farewell tour. Like it's what does that do for anybody? Uh so no, I don't think he should. Uh how do you feel about that?
I think it's. I don't think Cena should win anything but the Intercontinental title. Um, and that's legitimately true because that should say, "Hey, I won everything," because he hasn't won that. And he can go on an Intercontinental title. You know, his open challenge for Intercontinental Championship. That's fine. Cena winning. I'm not a Cody guy, but Cena shouldn't really beat Cody. Cena shouldn't be wrestling Cody. Cena should have the intention because why are you wrestling if you don't have the intention to be the man? Um, just storyline purposes. So yes, he should have the intention to be the man. Cena should
Yeah.
never Cena should never be the man again. Cena's gonna get the pop, the nostalgia pop, regardless. People are gonna come out and be like, "Oh my God, it's John Cena." Um, Regardless, like he's not gonna get booed anymore. That's done. But if you make him beat Cody, he's gonna get booed. Because people will be
Yeah.
like, "Why? Why? Like, why not? Why not give it to somebody that deserves the title? Why didn't Kevin Owens just beat him, and then we can have Kevin Owens with two belts?" I don't think Kevin Owens is going over in February 1st at the Rumble at Lucas Oil. He's not going over. No, hell, I hope Cody doesn't take another power driver. If he takes a power driver and he still wins the the damn match, I'm saying I'm calling the AEW foul on that one. But when it comes to Cena, I feel like Cena needs to win. Like I said, the he needs to win the Intercontinental title just so he can say, "Hey, I won everything in the WWE. I'm completed. Me and Sheamus. I did it before Sheamus. He has something with Sheamus. It isn't like Sheamus won his first title from him. I feel like Cena's done enough to where this should just be a farewell tour. He should have some wins. He should have some losses. He should have some fire promos. He should have some feuds. But he doesn't need a. He's not the main. He's not the main character. He doesn't need to be the main character. When he was the
Yeah, I
main
don't think he
character,
needs to be either. I honestly, like I've said before, when it comes to Mania, I don't think he needs to be penciled in, main event. I think he needs to be his own attraction because it is like, oh, just a John Cena's last Mania. Uh, I mean, I guess you could double up and put him in there, but I just don't think he fits in there, especially with there's so many other names. What are we doing with Punk? What are we doing with Roman? What are we doing with with all these people, there's plenty of other options to go for the WWE, championship. They don't. Cena's not the top pick. I don't. And we got two super baby faces. Like we don't need that.
That's true. I completely agree with that. We don't need babyface versus babyface. I feel like if we're gonna get that, we're gonna get that with. I know I've seen the rumor of Punk and Roman. I don't see them turning Roman heel. We just turned babyface.
Yeah.
And CM Punk is one of those people. If you turn him into a heel, he's going to get cheered anyway because CM Punk is a bona fide legend at this point in his career.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Definitely.
he's not a he's not a he's not a casual he's not a casual guy on the roster. He's a legend. He's been wrestling for over 20 years. We've seen him. He was been wrestling for over 20 and he left for like 10. I mean, come on now. He's an older guy wrestling. It's like The Rock when The Rock wrestled when The Rock was wrestling with Roman last year. It wasn't a decisive boo. He called people crackheads and they cheered. Because he's The Rock. The Rock called us a crackhead Karens. That
Yeah.
literally
Yeah.
happened. Meth head Molly's. They were happy. They were happy that The Rock even acknowledged their city. And so I feel that like if you do it with Punk, Punk is going to be that type of heel. So I don't, I really don't know what they're going to do with Cena. Um, I hope Cena doesn't win, but I do hope Cena gets an Intercontinental title win, just so he can say he did everything. That's all I want from him. Say he did everything.
That's
You
fair.
know, you and Sheamus are both chasing. That's where he needs to be. Him and Sheamus chasing the Intercontinental title. Who's going to win it first? I'd be happy with that. I'm
It
not a
put some
big,
pressure on Braun Breaker. I like it.
yeah. That's the future. That's the future of Raw is
Yeah.
Braun. The future of Raw is Braun. The future of Raw is Gunther. The future of Raw is all these young guys. It's not John Cena. It's not CM Punk. It's not Jey Uso because they're all older. Um, and but I do think Cena needs to just put people over, not lose every match. Not for the John Cena lovers out there.
Which is what
Shaw,
he's been doing.
he definitely put over Theory. I was very happy with when he put Theory over. So that was good. I definitely happy with Theory. We also when let's get off of Mr. Cena because we know he's going to be the man regardless. It's his retirement year. But let's talk about the man, the myth, the legend. Man, let's talk about that main event that they've already talked about. Man, Seth Rollins versus CM Punk. What are your thoughts? I know you're a fan of both of them.
I'm a fan of both, and I really thought they was gonna try to save this for WrestleMania. So I'm surprised they're going with. I mean, I thought the same about Roman and Solo. I thought these were both WrestleMania matches. So I'm interested how it's gonna go. The build up was nice. I would have loved it for Mania, but they did a great job of that last Raw. Like WWE's also shown things like at live events where like each of them have been watching the other one's matches. That seems pretty entertaining. I'm excited to see where it goes because after this, then it's like, where do each of these two go? If they're not facing each other at Mania, um, they're gonna put on a Mania like match here at Netflix, and I think it's gonna shape their road to WrestleMania. I think it's gonna be based off what happens after this.
Definitely, I completely agree with you on that. I feel like this is going to be this is. I thought it was going to be a Mania match because we've learned to have patience with CM Punk feuds.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, he didn't have a singles match on television for almost a year. Um, a televised singles match, whether it was on a pay-per-view or anything, for almost a year. And he's only been back a year and 2 months now, and he is main eventing the first Raw on Netflix. This should have been a WrestleMania match, but I think they're obviously going to put a title on one of those guys very soon. I think it's going to be Punk before it's Rollins. I actually see them doing maybe a rematch of Mania. Maybe we'll have a title on the line this time, because I feel like in WWE on Raw and SmackDown, the biggest thing that's been going on is non-title based. The biggest thing on SmackDown is the Umahala. And the biggest thing on Raw for a while was the bracelet with Drew and Seth. And with Drew and Punk. And now the biggest thing on SmackDown is just the hatred. On Raw is the hatred between Seth and CM Punk. And it's still not, the focus is still not Gunther's heavyweight title. And I love Gunther as a wrestler, but I don't think right now he's a polarizing enough figure in the WWE main roster to pull the title to be to make the title to be the main focus on the show. He's not there yet. With CM Punk and Rollins, it's a toss-up who's going to win. I think Punk needs to win more than Rollins, but if Punk goes over at Mania, if that's the plan, we definitely need this Rollins win. I'm not but maybe with some tomfoolery, if you will.
Yeah.
But now that brings us to what you mentioned earlier, Solo versus Roman Reigns. What do you think about that?
Well, it's weird because I thought this would have been, I think this should have been wrapped up as Survivor Series. Why do we need to do it again? Why are we doing this again?
I thought the War Games was the end of this.
Like, that was the perfect ending. That was, but here we are. What's the type of match is it again? The
Tribal Combat.
I want to just call it no DQ, but
that's what it is. Ravens rules, Extreme Rules, whatever.
Yeah. It's what city are they in?
Los Angeles.
It's a LA street fight.
There you go.
But I'm sure for Netflix it's gonna be great. I am, I guess leery about, I feel like there's some sort of swerve coming. What I don't want, and I've seen a lot of people talking about it, Paul Heyman. I don't think that makes any sense.
No, not at all.
I don't think any group needs him. I think he serves to look cool with Roman, and I think it's about time let him be a babyface. They like to chant with him and everything. We don't need another Paul Heyman swerve. So I'm happy to get this over with. I'm tired of them fighting about the inner fighting of this family. I don't care who's the head. I don't care who gets to wear it. I just want it to be over with. I'm sure the match itself will be entertaining. The storyline. I'm ready to wrap a bow on it.
I feel like it should have been done. Definitely, I agree with you completely. Survivor Series should have been it. I feel like they've made War Games not matter. Like War Games used to have implications in WCW. Like I remember the War Games match was if WCW won, the NWO would lose control. Eric Bischoff would lose his power. NWO won, obviously, and they stayed in power, but that makes sense. Why did they have War Games match? Why did they fight each other? If there was no the Umahala or somebody was going to not acknowledge someone at the end of it.
It was November.
Exactly. And, so 2 months later, we're still here. But also the bloodlines. This is like 4 years later. We're still here.
Yeah, yeah.
So no, it doesn't make sense to me. I feel like we should have had a decisive win because we did. We had a decisive splash off the top rope and spear. Everybody hit their finisher on Solo, and the match was over. But I guess they have to put the tribal combat. Well, tribal combat, probably The Rock will be there. I'm not sure if that's when The Rock is going to make his interference, make his return. But it definitely seems that way with him putting all that tribal chief stuff, that Samoan stuff, in his latest post about him returning to Raw next week, and saying that that's for his family, that's for the high chief, So I don't know.
That sounds like the perfect place for him to come in. However, with it being like being advertised, The Rock's coming, I think the people want The Rock to just come out by himself and cut a promo. But I mean, with the show, that seems to be the spot for him.
I definitely see that. I also just reading that again. I read it on Blue Sky the second time, because the first time I saw it on Netflix. I mean on Instagram. But when I saw it on Blue Sky, I read the post, and it seems like he might be going a new character again. From the Rock final boss to more of the
it didn't
tribal
seem
chief.
final. Yeah,
because it wasn't a final boss type thing. So I was like, well, is he going to play out a new character for this thing with Cody Rhodes? I mean, well, with the thing with Roman Reigns, but I feel like he's also neglecting the thing with Cody Rhodes, because you gave Cody something in his hand, and we've been waiting for almost a year for this payoff, and we haven't got anything.
We're not getting it. I want clarification for what happened at Bad Blood. So
and then walk off.
I thought that was the build up for War Games, which I should know. Rock he ain't in no shape to get no War Games. But
that last one is just a rock bottom and people's elbow. So that's what he does, and then he climbs on the cage and throws his arm up. He ain't gonna even climb it on the cage. He can barely get on the ropes. And I love The Rock, but the last few times he got on them ropes, he had to step on the bottom rope before he get to the middle rope. I'm like, oh no, something happening, buddy. You lose. So I don't know about that match.
He's been too dependent on the stunt double.
It's his poor little cousin.
Is that really a stunt double?
Yeah.
Okay.
They found out they were related later. But yeah.
Oh, okay. So he wasn't really giving family jobs.
No, not that much nepotism, except with Ava and his other children. They worked at his other kids had a singing part in Moana.
Oh, okay, that's nice.
Ava wasn't invited to that
one.
You got one job. You ain't Samoan enough.
I would have campaigned. Come on, like, you got to give me a Moana. Like, that's no.
I would at least Disney money. What's wrong with you, father? That was messed up. We also have the return of Logan Paul to the WWE. Your thoughts on Logan, the controversial character that he is?
Oh man, that's your guy right there for a John Cena match.
I agree. That's high profile enough.
He announced like a few weeks ago that he was retired. I didn't really buy it, but I still thought with him saying that it was going to be a minute before we seen him again. And then like a few weeks later, they was like, he's going to be exclusive to Raw. And it was like, what was the point of him saying that? You know what? I don't feel any kind of way. The matches he has been having have been great, so I can't really complain about him being on Raw. Although, I mean, I get it's because of Netflix, but I really did feel like he fit better at SmackDown. I did like the run with him in the U.S. belt. I like the things with him in LA Knight, but I guess it's the Netflix deal. Bring him over there. I don't know. Maybe trying to talk him into getting his brother to have his fights over there. Oh no, he already did. He already
He
did.
already the Tyson fight.
Yeah. I was used to them having the they was on the other app for a minute. The one that's like TikTok, that one. They were doing fights over there, but no, they already got a little partnership over at Netflix. But yeah, I don't care anyway. I'm sure he'll make it work. Even though I say I don't care, every Logan Paul match that he's had on the PLE has been really nice. So I can't complain.
I agree. Logan Paul puts out bangers.
Yeah, definitely.
He's a banger guy, but as they have also stated that Logan Paul practices matches for weeks in advance as well. So it isn't like he's a seasoned professional wrestler where you wrestle every night and you might get a botch or two.
Yeah.
But he's an athlete, and that shows that he's definitely ahead of the game. Him making a return, I would definitely love to see him and Cena have an interaction. Maybe he does come out and interrupt Cena's promo. I also feel like The Rock and Logan Paul actually have a legitimate beef with each other.
I was about to bring that up. As soon as you said about him interrupting Cena, I was like, I wonder if we can get him to interrupt The Rock. Because Logan seems really hurt about The Rock disconnecting himself from him.
That might be too personal.
It might be. It could be.
Just because. And politically, not to get political in any way, they're not on the same side. The Rock is a clear Democrat, and
he is, but the way he acts about it, I guess maybe he is, but he knows his fans aren't. So I just know, like the last election, he was like, "I'm not going to announce who I'm voting for," and in my mind, it took me that like, okay, I guess he's going with Trump. But it could just be like, oh, I know how my fans feel. I'm not gonna tell y'all. It could be that.
I think with him, I think it's like he might. I don't know who he voted for, whether it was Kamala or Donald. I know he reached out to Donald, from what Donald said.
Yeah, that's
Donald
what he said.
Got shot. The ear, the presidential ear was pierced. He reached out to him then, but I don't know which way he did. But I think it was probably better for his stock not to announce who you're voting for.
It definitely was. I think Rock. It probably was. I guess a culture shock to him. How much time things have changed since this election and the previous ones when he was supporting Obama. That there's a big wave of that far right stuff that wasn't around at that time, and so announcing him voting for Hillary or Kamala, like all those things wasn't going the way that he in the past when I'm voting for this and everybody's like, yeah, that's who The Rock's going with. Now it's like, oh, you're not with us. And so, that was a wake up call to him, like, oh, okay, I can't, I got to handle this differently now.
He kind of handles like a normal person. Voting is private. Stop it.
But in his mind, he is like, he think his opinion matters. So he's the big celebrity, so he's thinking like him saying it is giving that big rub. But now he's feeling like he's realizing this is not a new America, but it's it's different. The landscape's different as far as public opinion is these days. So the usual him giving the usual people the same rub doesn't work that way because I don't know. We just got a louder right side that's not sharing the same opinion.
I agree. And we're divided more so than ever. I don't think he anticipated that would happen within those 4 years that we had Trump, and then those other 4 years that we had Joe. I think he's like, oh wow, this is totally different America. It is.
And I
Yeah,
think a big part of his fan base, is like, Trump supporting people. Like, Rock with his, he does carry that in a weird way, like this, like, he has a big support from, proud Americans, country type guys. Like,
yeah.
they big fans of him. So I could see where that dividedness has a bigger effect on him than other people.
Exactly, and because it is, I feel like we've gotten political here, but I feel like the Trump campaign made it seem like that if you were Democratic, you were against being a man, like manhood
Yes.
stuff, like going out there hunting and having a
Yeah, yeah.
gun and lifting weights and you know wanting to have sex with a woman, all these things that being heterosexual, the attack on being an heterosexual male, and that I don't feel that way as a heterosexual male who does all those things. I don't hunt, but I do have sex with women and I lift weights. So, you know, uh, those things I feel like they since it was painted that that was an attack on that, and The Rock does all those things. He talks about pie. He obviously lifts weights. He drives a pickup truck. You know, he's a country guy at heart. He sings country songs with his guitar. That's The Rock. So yeah, The Rock does have a lot of the country fans. The Rock talks about getting drunk with his Terramana tequila. I don't think the average country guy is paying 40
No,
bucks for
no,
a
no.
bottle of tequila. But he that's how much Terramana is, very high, very expensive. But the Rock isn't the all American boy, the American dream. Um, so I think he really does. And wrestling in general, whether we want to admit it or not, we are the minority in wrestling fans as black people.
Yeah.
Um, Wrestling fans that I mostly know are Caucasian men who may or may not have teeth. And I'm just putting that out there. That's just me. I'm just telling the truth.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, and I'm not talking about the AEW fans. I'm talking about the WWE fans. Now, the AEW fan, they probably do have teeth and healthcare and all these stuff. But those are those are the diehard wrestling fans who have traveled to go to wrestling. The majority of people that watch The Rock are the people that never been to a wrestling event in their life. But they watched The Rock for many years.
Yeah, yeah.
So with The Rock, I get why it's safer to just say screw it. I don't vote, but you don't know what The Rock's voting for, what The Rock believes in, and even though I might be calling Kamala, sending Trump some texts, you'll never know who I voted for, brother.
Oh, I'm sure he's probably reached out to both of them.
Oh, he's The Rock. It doesn't matter.
He's right. Yeah.
It doesn't matter. I think it'll bring a smile to Kamala's face if you see Dwayne Johnson sent you a text message. I'm just saying. But now let's talk about the New Day versus Rey Mysterio and a mystery opponent, as we all know, who is Penta.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say what the last is because who knows? It could be El Romero. He can't be Pentagon Jr. That's what I prefer. Penta, whatever, Penta Dark. We're just going to call him Penta here for Penta purposes. But what is your thoughts on Penta's making his long-awaited debut, and they're going to bury the newly healed New Day at the same time?
That's my only problem with it. I'm thinking Rey Mysterio and Penta tag teaming, and with the New Day, this has a perfect recipe for a banger. But the only problem is we got this newly formed heel version of the New Day. They haven't had any TV matches. They just been involved in backstage promos and nothing. So they need to be picking up wins because my head I was thinking, oh, this new version of it, this new heel version of Hill Days. I mean, a New Day is just headed for a tag team title spot, going into Mania. But having your first match as a loss, I don't think that's the right way to go about it. Seeing Rey Mysterio and Penta together, I'm excited about that.
Oh yeah.
That sounds like a dream team right there. So yeah, other than the consequences of the match, I'm excited for it. I'm excited to see Penta. He's always amazing to see.
I completely agree. I don't want the New Day to go down this way. Like, I feel like you really can't have them to be strong heels if they're losing the first match. Granted, I know that Kofi and Xavier are going to do magic with whatever they give them because they always have.
Oh yeah,
But I also feel that since you're not bringing in Ray Phoenix because he has the contract issues, poor Ray. Um, why are you putting Penta as a as a tag team wrestler? Penta's an amazing singles wrestler.
yes, definitely.
Penta doesn't need Ray. Like granted, Ray Phoenix can speak English uh, very clearly, and
Oh,
Penta
Ray
does.
can.
Yeah, and
Okay.
Penta can't. Um, Penta doesn't need Ray to get over because all he needs is Cero Mero. And he's proven that regardless of when he was in Lucha Underground, he didn't have to say nothing. Cero Mero. Um, he has an aura about him, uh, which is greater than everybody in the LWO except Rey Mysterio. Um, because the only reason you have an LWO is you hear Eddie and Chavo's voice at the beginning of the song, and then you have Rey Mysterio. And the LWO is a nothing group. It's
Poor
meaningless.
Escobar. He's the reason this even was brought together, and he's not even a part of it.
He's back. He's back to his original group. Poor Santos.
Yes.
Legado del Fantasma. Not even with the Legado boys. He got Los Garza. That doesn't even make sense.
His whole reason to get in that group, I believe, was he was trying to do a LWO and NXT.
Mm-hmm. And they told him no.
Told him no, gave him that, and then took that away, gave him, I don't know.
Then gave him the LWO and then took it away and gave him Legado del Fantasma again.
I don't know.
And Legato's not doing anything. You got Elektra Lopez, who is stacked. She's a big, big woman.
Yeah.
And I don't mean like she's fat, but she's a bigger
No.
girl.
Yeah.
And she can't go the best, but she can go. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
I don't get why they don't give her a chance to go. If you're giving BFAB a chance to go, give Elektra a chance to go.
But they just started giving BFAB a chance. She's been over there on the main roster for some years now, I think.
Very true. Very true. She has been there for a few years. But you got to think, her first part, she was with Hit Roll. They kept Adonis Ashanti up there for a while, so they finally moved him back to NXT. And Ashanti's not really wrestling on NXT. He's just doing backstage segments with Carmen Petrovic and Nikita Lyons about how he's not a player, and Nikita got a booty. We know this, Nikita. So I don't really see too much from him. So I don't know why they giving BFAB. I think maybe the Street Profits push for BFAB to get a little in-ring time. But I definitely think it's time to put Elektra in a feud outside of that one feud she had with Zelina Vega, and now Zelina's on Raw and she's on SmackDown.
Yeah. Which Selena pretty much replaced her.
Yes.
I didn't get any of that. What was the point of that? I don't know.
I think they should have Let Zelina stay with Andrade as his
Oh,
mouthpiece.
definitely. Oh, definitely.
Because I think Andrade's hurting because his English is better than what it was, but his English isn't good enough. Unless they're going to pair him with his wife, which I know they won't.
No, they never will. But him and Selena was a perfect team. I got it. She doesn't. I'm not saying she don't fit with LWO, but I would much rather her, be back with him. Who is? I mean, I get it. His English ain't the best, but he's holding his own over on SmackDown with LA and Carmelo Hayes.
Well, they just pulled Carmelo kind of out of that feud, and
Yeah,
now
they did. They did.
now he's Shinsuke has taken this one. Somebody who also doesn't speak English. He uses subtitles. This is getting carried completely by LA Knight. Jesus Christ.
yeah.
Right, but pretty much that's all that has been planned for this Netflix show. It seems like it's packed to the gills with
It does.
pay-per-view quality stuff. We have returns, we have debuts, we have announcements of retirement tours, and hopefully we have a hard reboot, a hard reset. I feel like I know I'm forgetting a match. Who is Drew wrestling? He's wrestling Jey Uso.
Jey Uso.
So we do have that. Thoughts?
Um, I don't have any thoughts. It's like a repeat of this same thing that Drew's been, attacking the bloodline members, and I I don't think this is the end of Drew's beef with them. Um, and I don't see this going anywhere. But I'm sure it'll be a fun match though.
Oh, for sure. With Drew, man, with Drew, I feel like Drew's doing his thing. Drew's obviously the best tweener they have because he's not really a heel. Um, as we were talking earlier about Bret Hart saying legitimate having a legitimate beef. Drew has a legitimate beef.
Yeah, definitely.
Um, but so does I feel like speaking of Bret Hart, this is another Bret Hart thing, but kinda I guess adjacent. But what do you feel about the rumors of them starting a NWO type thing of with Drew, Kevin Owens, and Seth Rollins against the Bloodline?
I think the Photoshop looks cool. The three of them team together. You know what? I would be somewhat interested in it. I don't see the three of them. I see maybe Kevin and Drew linking up. Um, and they did do that, that weird thing where Kevin jumped Cody
Mm-hmm.
with, and Drew kind of playing. And I noticed when Kevin walked past Jey Uso, he said the same thing.
Yes, watch your
Watch
back.
him. Yeah, so I would be interested in a partnership with them. I don't know if Seth should be in that, although he does have the same beef as them. Um, but I guess I don't know. I don't know if I want to see him go heel again. But I would be interested. I'd be interested in it. I don't want it to be NWO though. I don't, or NWO light. I don't
That's what
just
any version of the NWO or any pre-existing faction it would be light.
yeah. I don't make up something else as long as it's not the Death Riders. It'll be fine.
We don't. Hey, Moxley's not there.
Yeah.
They can be the Shield.
They
They can
in
be the
Drew's
new
in Drew's
Shield.
mind, they would be the Shield. So yeah,
Yes, they could be the new Shield. You know, I actually can see them being the Shield. They can be Sword. We're Sword because they're the Shield. Something like that. I can see them doing a play on the Shield. That's what I see. Just because Roman is the Shield. He's and so is Seth. We just don't have Mox because
Yeah.
he's death riding. But that's fine. But that's what I see, some kind of take on the Shield and them coming together. When it comes to Jay, I feel like Jay still takes too many L's.
Oh, I see him taking the L Monday as well.
Why did he take the pinfall on Friday?
Yeah, I don't know.
Jimmy's there. Jimmy does nothing.
No, he doesn't. He's just there for his brother, really. He's there waiting. He's waiting for his brother to get out of the singles picture and them to start tagging again. That's all he's there for.
We do have Heel Day, the Heel New Day versus the Usos revamped, the new Usos. That would be nice.
And they've had a couple weird interactions, so I could, and I never get tired of seeing the Usos in the New Day. So, we do a new, spin on it. I'm down with that. And they've had a couple things where I think Kofi and Xavier it was Xavier snapped on the Usos. So yeah, and I could be wrong, but I think maybe they had a big multi-tag person match on the house shows, and I think Usos might have been involved in that.
Yeah.
So yeah, we could get that. But I also see the old bloodline, new bloodline, we're not calling them Gorillas of Destiny, but whatever they are in the bloodline. I can see that going in that direction as far as this year anyway.
I can definitely see them having a WrestleMania match, the Gorillas of Destiny versus the Usos.
Then again, I don't know. What's the return table looking like on
Tama Loa? I don't know.
Yeah.
Good God, I don't know. Hopefully, it's not too long. It didn't seem like it was a career-ending injury. I know Bronson Reed's not coming back before WrestleMania,
even though he's on Twitter acting like he is.
No, he's not. He can't have two broken ankles and talking about I'm going to be here next week. No, it doesn't work that way. You shattered your crap, bro.
And it was a good spot, but after that, we don't need no more spots from him like that. Like
I'd rather just see him do the brainbuster finisher at this point. I don't want to see him come off the top rope unless it's an angle where he's injuring someone.
Yeah.
I don't see why he needed to do that.
He wanted his moment, but
we saw the Jimmy same spot.
Jimmy did the same spot like right after
and broke his toe.
Yeah.
So everybody's coming out with messed up feet. You're just gonna mess up foot Samoans. Like that's not okay. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. At least Jimmy can still wrestle. He just needs to take a week off to hang out.
Yeah.
But you can wrap a toe up. You can't fix a toe, but ankles you have to fix.
Yeah.
So that's a different story. So I with him, no, but I think Tama Loa will be back soon enough so we can get those tag team matches. We got to get a build, but that also leaves us a gaping hole because I don't want to see Sami Zayn versus Jacob. I mean, I'm not that they wouldn't have a good match. I don't want to see it though.
No, yeah, I get you. Yeah, I don't know where Jacob fits going in the Mania. I know people have been saying him and Solo. I just think it's too early for that.
Then we have to say I hate you, Solo.
Oh, and the crowd's gonna go crazy when he does.
Mm-hmm. I hate you, so yeah. Oh my God, he's gonna be the biggest baby face. Put the title on him that day.
What I'm fearful of is how is Jacob going to be when he goes solo? Because I know he has said some crazy things on the mic. So I think
Jacob understands in MLW, he could have said anything he wanted to. This is an internet television show. I can say that I'm gonna wrap my penis around your head and choke you until you die, and that's okay. Uh, due to the simple fact that he wasn't getting paid like he is right now.
Yeah.
So with all those kids that he has, because they seem like they're trying to make football teams, these Samoans, at least him and Roman anyway. They're trying to make a new whole population, rebuild Samoa with all their kids. But I mean, I think he's gonna get a good one. If they move him to Raw on Netflix, that'll make perfect sense. Granted, I know worldwide, everything starting tomorrow, WWE wise, will be on Netflix. But in America, over here,
Yeah.
we still have just Raws going, and I think that's going to be a big deal. It's going to be a big deal for Jacob Fatu to be on Raw, so he can do a little bit more explicit,
Yeah.
Promos for him to get over, like for the way he is, which is very raw, very urban, very street. Definitely not like anything, not as manufactured street, and that's what I call the Usos. The Usos are manufactured street. He's street really, for real.
Yeah,
that's the difference. The Tonga Kid is his daddy, the man with no teeth.
I knew when I seen him doing an interview with a pack of Newports and a cigarette in his ear, I was like, "Oh, this guy's for real."
Yeah.
who did WWE give a contract to? This is that.
this guy don't fit the mold.
No. So I just, I do worry about that. Like, I don't want him to say nothing too crazy. I don't want nothing to slip. I think like he almost said nigger once, and I was like, all right, man, we gotta.
Roman already fell in that almost saying.
Yeah, he did.
You better save it at home, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying on TV.
So other than that, I just seeing his work, I know he's got a bright future ahead. As long as he don't say nothing too crazy on the mic. Other than that, I'm excited for him.
I think he's the biggest thing going, because all he has to say is "I love you, Solo."
But when he does cut promos, he never it's always like he knocks it out the park.
Oh yeah,
and it's not just him like in the ring, like he's walking backstage and stuff. Like it's like he's good. He's real good.
I mean, I feel there's so many people that don't know anything about anything outside of the WWE, and that's a lot of the fan base in the WWE. Not AEW. Like if you go to an AEW fan, like, what did you watch? I've watched wrestling my whole life. Yes, I know. What wrestling did you watch? Just wrestling. Didn't matter what it was. If it was on the TV and I saw some rings, I was there. If I saw a man with no shirt on talking to the camera, I was there. Like, you watch wrestling. But if you watch WWE, there's some people I know that don't know anything about that. Anything else. All they know is WWE. But the day that he stepped up, it seemed like people knew, oh man, this motherfucker's for real.
Yeah.
He's different. He's not like Solo. Solo's manufactured street. The street champ, as they call him. He's manufactured street because he's still one of Rikishi's kids. How is his life different than his brother's? It's not. If he's the street champ, what's Jimmy and Jay?
Yeah.
Yes, he's a little bit younger than them, but the life didn't change that much within a few years. If anything, Rikishi got a little bit more money than what he had before. Doing indie bookings and podcasts and everything. Because Rikishi's a hustler. Let's not get that twisted. Rikishi's a hustler. The only person that should be street in that family might have been Rikishi when he was in the hood. None of them, not at all.
But when he was in the hood, he was trying to make a difference.
That's the reason he got that. That's the reason he got shot. But saving Jay, I mean, Jesus, because Jay was running his mouth and he was weak. You know what I'm saying?
Ugh.
But I mean, it just you know, Jacob has that aura. The fans, like I said, it felt like they did some research. They watched an MLW
Yeah,
YouTube, because it wasn't just like one or two people like, oh my God, that's Jacob. Jacob got a pop.
he did.
And
I was excited because of his past and the wild stuff on MLW and A Nelson's reputation for not showing up to Indies. I thought the
yeah,
WWE wasn't gonna take a chance on him. And then on top of that, there was this hype about Zilla, and it was like
yes.
it seemed like he might have been the guy that they would have signed instead of him. But you know, luckily they did grab him, and here we are.
I think they know with Zilla. Zilla is young. And Jacob's young too. Like Jacob's, barely 30 years old.
He only looks so because he's stressed out from all those kids.
Yes. Yes. The kids and the shots. I'm pretty sure he's taking all the Terramana he can get.
Yeah.
Rock like, oh, you can get some free Terramana. Thanks, cuz, because I need about 9 bottles right now to send them to my house. He's over here taking a shot every time he can. But yeah, he's mature because he does have all them kids.
Yeah.
Then you got Zilla, who's wrestling Booker T. This is the second time in Reality of Wrestling.
It is.
And if it was his first time, I'd be like, okay. It's his second time. You walked away because you thought you were better than Reality of Wrestling.
He thought he thought he was better, and then he did link up with Jacob, which is what I expected.
Yeah.
And I thought he was going to go ahead to MLW, but when they announced that Jacob was leaving MLW, I was like, well, then what is he going to do? And then, Jacob soon went over there, and then he went right back, called up Booker. My bad. We can work this out.
Instant regret for your mistake. And he just and I'm happy that he had that regret. He was the Reality of Wrestling champion for a little while. He lost it. Now he's going to wrestle the man, the most over person in Reality of Wrestling, the owner, obviously, Booker T. That's an honor in itself. Now, I'm not going to say he's going to have a good match with Booker because I don't think Booker can physically give him one.
No, Booker looks good, but we've seen him in the Rumble. Like I said, you ain't gonna be in your prime all the time. So Booker's doing the best he can.
Not everybody is Shelton Benjamin.
No.
Or Bobby Lashley.
No.
Even MVP. MVP. I know I saw his Bloodsport match. He did pretty good.
What is up with MVP? Because he's on TV with the cane, and then he's a Bloodsport. Like what's?
Oh, he doesn't need it to walk anymore.
But because he did at one point.
Yeah.
And then I didn't think he still did, but I also thought like he wasn't in shape to wrestle. And then he pops up Bloodsport, and it's like, what's going on here?
I think he's just wants to do the managerial role. I think he'll probably have a match with Nana eventually. But that's pointless because Nana hasn't been in wrestling shape in years.
No.
And Nana, and by years I mean like 10. So I mean, this man is nowhere near in the shape to get into a ring. MVP, you had a match a couple years ago. You had a match recently in Bloodsport. You had a regular wrestling match like 2 years ago on WWE TV. You can still go. Nana, no. But with MVP, I would love to see him in the ring. I would love to see. I would be more excited to see MVP and Swerve have a promo battle leading up to a match. Not the match itself, but the promo battle between those two men, I think would be better than, obviously, a promo battle with Shelton or Bobby because they don't do promos.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's definitely fair.
But I would love to see MVP pull something out. Maybe MVP and Hobbs can have a match. He can put Powerhouse over.
Yeah, no, he could. He needs it.
Or maybe he'll do something with a smaller guy like Daniel Garcia. But hopefully he doesn't put Daniel Garcia over. I am a Daniel Garcia hater.
Is it because of the dance?
It's the dance. The dance is funny, but when he was doing it on people's faces and you not getting and somebody's not beating the crap out of you, like not wrestling, you put your junk in my face and you hit me on the forehead. We are not wrestling.
I
Like
mean, but
even if
X Pac used to, do
and
that, and
they didn't wrestle after he did it. Like they would try to fight him. Like it would, and I'm not talking about a shoot fight, but it would look like, hey,
right. No, I get
they would
you.
be heated.
Kind of
You
like
know,
with how Goldust used to do, and
yeah.
I mean, I know later it was just his thing, but I remember in the beginning, guy like Savio Vega was going off when he did that stuff.
Him, Savio, Scott Hall, Razor Ramon was
Yeah,
gonna kill
yeah,
him when he
yeah.
kissed. I don't know if you remember, but he impromptu kissed Ahmed Johnson.
Oh, I do remember. Yes, yes, I do remember that.
He was going. Tony Norris was going to kill Dustin Runnels.
It was-
Dustin Runnels was going to die because Tony Norris, Big Ahmed Johnson, was going to kill Goldust. You know, and I'm not blaming. I don't blame him at all. Like, well, he had to die because you just kissed him. I mean, even Scott Hall said he felt some type of way when he had the razor written on his chest with the heart around it.
Yeah, he said that was they said that was he was originally supposed to face Razor at WrestleMania 12,
Mm.
and then that's how they got Piper instead because Razor wasn't with it.
I was like, oh no, I ain't doing that. Mm-mm. We don't do that here, buddy. The bad guy doesn't do that. You know, and poor Scott Hall, rest in peace, went to go do far more embarrassing things in WCW when they was doing his alcoholic gimmick.
They did a well. I mean, they kind of referenced it in WWF when he came back, and Austin was like, "You want a drink?" or
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that was bad. That was embarrassing.
That was embarrassing just because it was real life.
Yeah, and he was,
Uh,
after the
you
camera went off, he went to drink for real.
Yeah, like you made this, but he was going to get messed up completely, and then he no showed the house show. Because he was
Which is
drunk.
weird because he didn't think like, all right, this stuff is a little embarrassing, and this is how y'all think of me. Maybe I do need to peel back on this. No,
You would
I guess
think.
he was like, oh, well, they still gotta pay me. I'm gonna use that money and give me some more drinks.
I mean, you would think we would think just as sober bodies, but we're
Yeah,
not alcoholics in the moment, which he was.
yeah,
So
yeah,
I don't think he was thinking, hey, man, this is a shot. They're shooting on me in the storyline. Like this ain't all right. You know, uh, he was more so probably thinking, hey, I need a drink. This is an easy job. They paying me to come out here to stumble and fall. I ain't even got to take a bump. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got to take a bump. I can have a match with my best friend Kev right here. Act like I'm drunk and just fall into a knee, and he can power bomb me, and I can go back home.
And that's the thing. He had friends. Well, I mean, I guess well, then again, knowing when you got actual friends that do drink, it ain't really no talking to them. But I just thought, I don't know.
Well, Kev said he did. Like, you need to stop. But there was more. There was supposed to be more things that Kevin was supposed to say about Scott that Kevin said I can't say it. Now, I'm not saying that about my friend. No.
Yeah, yeah.
So I guess Kevin did do protection, but I also think now when I watch like the Kevin Nash podcast, Nash do interviews about Hall, I think he feels bad that he didn't do more.
Mm. he definitely did stuff to protect when people were talking bad about him, like when he attacked Samoa Joe.
Samoa Joe slapped him right in the face.
But I think more importantly, it would have been better to actually just work with Scott. Like, hey man, what can we do to get you? You know,
Yeah, what's bothering you, and what you know. Let me give some of this money because Nash was making two checks, with being a booker and being a professional wrestler at the time in WCW. I got two checks. I can give you a little bit extra money. I'm not gonna write you in the show, bro. Let's put that. I'm not writing you into the show until you get help. And we can work on that together. Some things could have happened. Um, but hindsight's 2020. Kevin Nash lost his best friend and his son.
forgot about the son. Yeah, yeah.
So that's that last one. I don't know. I could emotionally take as a parent, but but those two things, I think Kevin Nash probably has regrets. Just saying.
Yeah.
Big Cav, one of the greatest. Well, since you're here, I'm going to ask you, who do you feel is the greatest big man in wrestling history?
Man, if Taker counts, I would go with Taker. Um, in the earlier years, Kevin was high on my list. I was a big Big Sexy fan. That Jackknife in WCW always it looked pretty nice.
Yeah.
And he was cool because he wasn't because back in like 90s 80s your big man was like he was giant monster like
Yes.
Kevin
Yes.
Nash was just fucking cool like he just like so that always stuck out to me.
I agree. I would say Taker. But I would say I have to go. My favorite guy to watch, who was a larger guy, like he wasn't tall, but he was big because he was fat. Vader.
Mm.
In WCW and New Japan Vader. That not WWF Vader. They didn't do him good. But
Yeah,
in
yeah, no. I if I was if I was older and got to see definitely WCW Vader. I mean, like now I watch clips, but like I didn't get to see it live. I did see him in WWF. He was so as a kid, I thought Vader was for especially as a bad guy. I thought he was great, but there's a part of Vader that I don't remember. Like there's parts where I didn't even remember him being in the company at that point. Like I
yeah.
remember '96. I don't remember him being there like I think he was there like '98. I don't have much memory of that. Like I go back see old clips. I'm like, dude, I don't remember him being here. Um,
He wasn't really booked strong.
yeah, yeah.
I think after he had the falling out with Sean, and Sean, I know Sean's your guy, but
And then much as Sean was a jerk, but I still think, man, that match, even with Sean being a dick, which he was, I still think that was a classic.
I mean, I think Vader could do everything.
Yeah.
You say Vader do a moonsault, okay. Vader do a plancha, okay. Vader power bomb a man through the ring, okay. And he did that. WCW Vader with Harley Race because he didn't have to talk. I know they gave him Jim Cornette, and I love Jim. Louisville's own Jim.
I think that
Uh,
was his first. I think that might have been his first downfall when the biggest guy in your corner is Jim Cornette. Not to say he there's anything wrong with that, but I think he's got in WWF, I think that's not the best. Uh, Jim Cornette being your biggest supporter may not be the.
I feel like Jim Cornette in WWF wasn't presented the way he was presented in WCW. In WCW and in Memphis. Um, in WCW, Jim Cornette was known as a great manager, but only because the Midnight Express was a great tag team and he was their
Yeah.
manager. He was their mouthpiece. Um, yes, he managed Yokozuna, but if you ask about Yokozuna and a manager, most people would just say Mr. Fuji.
Yeah, that is true.
Um, they don't talk about the fact that the mouthpiece in later years was Jim Cornette, and it was him and Owen Hart. He had a whole stable of
Although, couldn't Mr. Fuji speak English well?
yes, Fuji can speak English. It's just they wanted somebody a little bit more high energy, and Fuji didn't go to all the shows. Fuji was like, I ain't going to all the shows. Fuji was old,
I ain't
by
mad
then.
at it. I ain't mad at
You
it.
know, Fuji did a lot of the take caring of Yokozuna. I put the thing in the chat when they were setting up for the premiere of Raw on the rooftop of Titan Towers. I don't know if you watched that, but
Yeah, yeah.
you could see that Miss Fuji was brushing Yokozuna's hair.
You know, I think looking back, I'd feel some type of way. You got me in here babysitting this dude who ain't even really Japanese.
No, he's
And I,
Samoan,
and I,
a big Samoan
I
man.
what, you know, what did y'all call me here for, man? This is a joke, and y'all making me a
I'm a
part
butt
of
of
it.
the
I don't,
joke,
yeah, I don't like this.
I mean, I mean, we can also go with the joke that Rikishi wore a sumo thong with no pants under it, and we knew he was Samoan at that point. Like he wasn't even trying to be Japanese. He was Rikishi. He came out
Where
in a
did the
kimono.
what happened? Where did all the weight gain come from with Rikishi?
That I don't know. I'm pretty sure it was from inactivity because he wasn't wrestling.
Mm.
Inactivity and age, and I guess he was sitting down there with Yoko eating those hams, those whole turkey
So,
legs, dipping them in mayonnaise with fucking Yokozuna.
uh,
I mean, that's quite disgusting, but that's probably what happened. I don't know but he did gain a lot of weight, but also,
very quickly.
yeah, because he was only gone for a couple years from the company. He did a little short stint in WCW, and then he came back and he was Rikishi Fatu with no pants on. I don't know why. I mean, he
Yeah,
got over.
I don't know but I don't know what the plan was for that.
Oh, I do know what the plan.
What was that?
So the
It was
plan
supposed to be a
was
sumo.
Yoko was coming back,
Oh, okay.
and they were going to be a tag team. He was going to team with Yoke.
Mm.
That's when but Yoke couldn't get the weight under control, and that's when Yoke started doing the independent stuff, and Yoko
Yeah.
he died shortly after that.
Mm.
I know you've probably seen the interview when he's in Europe,
Yeah.
and he looks horrible. Given his interview, that was his last interview before he died. So, I mean, but
So I wonder what when we was like, all right, we not getting Yoko, but we got this dude doing this. And it was a minute before he linked up with Too Cool.
mhm.
So I'm just wondering, and I'm sure that just happened by, you know, coincidence. I don't think that was like a long-term plan for them. Like,
No, I honestly think it was just they're dancing. Well, they did. I know they didn't have anything to do with too much. No, for too much. Scotty and Brian before they got the monikers of Grandmaster Sexay and Scotty Too Hottie. But rest in peace. And I love Brian. Brian's one of my favorite wrestlers. If you ever get a chance, because I know you're a Shawn Michaels guy, but if you ever get a chance to watch Old Memphis of Brian Christopher before he became anything to do with Scott Taylor or any of that stuff,
yeah.
watch it because it is amazing. He's just like him and Shawn pretty much had the same gimmick, at that time, and his finisher was the super kick as well.
Do you
But
think if he had came just a little bit later when, second and third generation guys was more welcome, do you think he would have did better?
yes, I don't think the stigma of him being Jerry Lawler's son would have mattered then, because by then Jerry was a legend. Like after the Attitude Era,
Yeah.
when you heard the name Jerry Lawler, you're like, oh wow, Jerry Lawler. Jerry Lawler mattered. Like if you didn't know who Jerry Lawler was if you weren't on the Memphis circuit, like Louisville. Like I told you, Louisville was on the Memphis circuit, so I knew who Jerry Lawler was, like from wrestling standpoint, not the King, not the puppies, not that guy. I'm talking about pull the strap down. I'm going to power drive your ass through the mat guy. I'm going to burn you on fire while we're in the locker room, like that wrestler. But with Brian was a different type of guy. Brian was more, like I said, he was more like Shawn Michaels. Like that was his character.
Yeah.
He was more the cocky heel, the cocky brash heel. If he was the cocky brash heel that was a third generation wrestler and Jerry Lawler was his manager, he would have got over. I think. Because Jerry was over. Anything Brian was lacking as a wrestler, Jerry had it anyway. Whether it was,
and I wonder why he didn't work with him. Like the storyline always was not even a storyline. It was just something mentioned on commentary, like
there's your son. That's not my son.
Yeah, and it was never a big deal or nothing, but it was weird. Like, is that his son? Like,
And the only time it came out when it was his son was when he was in that feud with Dolph Ziggler, and he brought him out to be his son because he was his son, and that was it. It's the only time.
Yeah, and by that point, it didn't even matter.
And it didn't matter because Brian.
Is that when he cut the promo about him being the bad dad and all that?
About being the bad dad.
Yeah.
And Brian wasn't wrestling. He was wrestling, but on the indies. He wasn't in WWE shape. He had dyed his hair blonde. He was kind of chubby.
It looked bad. Yeah, he wasn't Grandmaster Sexy at that point. He was.
Yeah. So Brian wasn't doing as good as he could be, but Brian was definitely one of the top guys that should have made it, but didn't, in my opinion. Brian's one of my favorites. Like if he was still alive right now, I'm pretty sure he'd be over there with Jeff because they broke in around about the same time. They have a similar story.
Yeah.
I've seen many matches. Like I said, if you get a chance, go back, Google USWA Jeff Jarrett versus Brian Christopher.
Oh yeah, I'll definitely check that out.
They have chemistry. Granted, Jeff wasn't as sharp as he is now, and he is now. But his TNA or his later WWE and WCW days. But Brian was probably just as good as he was, if not better, than when he was Grandmaster Sexay. And because I think he was athletic, he was ahead of his time. He has his timing. He got his timing from his daddy. He understood how to structure a wrestling match. Brian was one of the best. When he got to WWE, I was excited. I was like, all right, my guy. I wanted to see the match Shawn Michaels versus Grandmaster Sexay because they have similar moves other than, Shawn using the super kick and so does him. But, and Shawn's setup move was the elbow. His setup move was the top rope leg drop.
Which was nice, by the way. I do remember that one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Shades of old Bobby Eaton with the Alabama Jam. But, I think they were both athletic. They both had similar styles. It would have been a great match. Never happened. They might have had a match together, but I don't think it turned into anything. It wasn't a feud.
Yeah.
Which I think it would have been good. Similar sizes and everything. Like they weren't the biggest dog in the fight. In any fight they were going to be in, neither one of them was the biggest dog in the fight. But definitely would have been a great match. But he could have been something. I never saw anything out of Scotty 2 Hotty. Thought he was trash.
I love how you said all this to build up Brian just to end it with, I never seen that Scotty 2 Hotty. He was trash.
I mean, he did. All he had was a worm.
He had everyone doing it.
A worm and a bulldog. That's all he did. Nothing else. And a dance. Who? Chop.
I mean, and people was hooked on that. I don't know how or why, but it was, yeah.
I know. I mean, I'm glad you can spell. I know you had to know how to spell worm, bro. I'm ecstatic that you can spell worm. But damn, that move's stupid. Like it's dumber than the people's elbow. And at least The Rock is over. The Rock is over to wrestle by himself. Scotty is not. Like, I'm glad Scotty is working in AEW. He ain't taught them
Oh, is he
kids
with?
nothing. Yeah, he's
Oh,
a
okay. I didn't
coach.
know that. I know he's over there.
He's over there. He's I don't know
I know
why.
he quit NXT.
To go to AEW.
He said it wasn't fun or something. I think he was complaining about the Vince cuts and all this stuff.
And I think at the end of the day, I know where the money is, and it's not in WWE. If you just want money and you're an old guy,
Yeah.
you know, if you just want money and you're old, I mean, you go to AEW. If Norman Smiley quit today, he'd be making $2 million a year, telling Hangman Adam Page, "Don't you do that buckshot lariat." That's all he would, and it would be okay.
Just for him to do it again anyway.
And just for him to do it again anyway. I do what I want to, old man. You know, you don't tell me what to do. All you did was the big wiggle. That was your whole career.
I think Cody set the tone when he talked like that to Disco Inferno for everybody else to talk crazy to the Legends.
Okay, let's just get this out the way. Cody's disrespectful for that. I'm a fan of Disco Inferno, Glenn Gilberti. I'm a fan of Glenn.
He really did go in on him. It was a little hard.
Because there's no reason to say Glenn didn't draw any money. Goddamn, Glenn didn't have merch, so of course he didn't draw money. He didn't have
There were no
merch.
Disco Inferno shirts?
No, not one. When Disco got popular, they put him in the NWO, so he got an NWO shirt. Then he got a Filthy Animal shirt because he was in the Filthy Animals. Then he wasn't there anymore, so it didn't matter. You know, I think he had a shirt in TNA. But who remembers TNA at that point? That was like weekly pay-per-view TNA. There wasn't weekly television TNA. If you paid the $10 to watch it, you wasn't paying another $20 for a shirt. At least I wasn't. Okay, but
no, not especially back then. No,
but no. I mean, to say that Glenn didn't mean nothing in the business, his opinion matters. You know, I did the Disco Fever dance, and it wasn't for John Travolta. I did it for Glenn Gilberti. You know, I love disco stuff with Jacqueline. He quit his job because he didn't want to take a L to Jacqueline.
I just seen Eric Bischoff talking about that on a podcast with Conrad.
Yeah, I saw that a few weeks ago too. I mean, I knew it because he's talked about it on his own. He talked about it on Keeping 100 before that he quit the job for that.
But they mentioned Conrad mentioned that he had already did an angle with Jackie in Memphis.
Yeah.
So why was it a problem now?
Everybody did an angle with Jackie in Memphis. She was having sex with Jeff. Why wouldn't you?
Wait a minute. What?
Oh yeah. We all knew that. That was common knowledge. Miss Texas, because she didn't go by Jackie then, but she was Miss Texas in Memphis, and her and Jeff were having relations. She paid for the boobs. She paid for the boobs. He paid for the boobs, as I say.
He paid. Okay.
He paid for the boobs. And when she got in the E, we all saw the boobs. Thank you, Sable. Thank you, Miss Lesnar. But which Sable looks horrible, by the way.
I'd seen a recent pic. It wasn't the worst, but it wasn't.
It's not Sable.
Yeah.
Appalachia, or wherever the hell he has her stuck at. Saskatchewan.
Yeah.
It's not good for her.
I don't think the makeup's the same out there.
Saskatchewan is not good for her. He needs to let her at least come to New York occasionally. Let her get her makeup fix on some sun. You know, I know Brock doesn't need sun, but God damn it, she's a woman. She needs a tan.
She's probably adapted to that whole weird country lifestyle. She's with it now.
I am going to say this about Sable. Sable's a nasty woman. And that's all I'm going to say. You know it.
Nasty like me? Nasty like nasty?
Nasty like Brock P on me. Nasty.
I could see it. And that's probably, that energy is probably what drove her away from Mark.
Yes, because Mark is a good little Christian man.
Yeah.
You
Which he
know,
never should have brought his wife to work.
he learned nothing from Randy Savage.
I guess
Not,
he didn't.
not a damn thing. You know. Um,
And then when they was like, "Yeah, we need," I don't know. My boss was acting weird, talking about I need to bring her. Nah, I'm good.
bring her to work, damn it! I like the way she looks. She makes the
Yeah, like when
morale go up.
you know what? Nah, she's good. She's good at home.
Rena,
That's-
stay at home. Keep your ass at home. The next thing you know, you're with the random black woman from Memphis while your wife is dancing with everybody in the background, going to Playboy shoots. Stuff you don't agree with as a person.
yeah,
But she's this. I'm making more money than you, honey. We need to eat. You
I was
know.
eating just fine when I had paycheck.
Yeah, exactly. We were eating the WCW. What am we? When I was Johnny B. Bad, acting like I was a little Richard. You had
Ugh.
food then. You know. I don't know.
But I definitely could see her having an ego trip. I mean, it's not hard.
Well, at least now we know she doesn't have an ego because we know
Oh
who
yeah,
makes the money.
she was gladly being housewife for Brock.
I'm not even that. The reason I want to have context of why I say she's nasty. I guess I don't. She wasn't surprised. I don't think she seemed surprised when the when the allegations came out about Brock Lesnar and that Vince offered him a woman. I mean
You onto something.
Vince gave did but my real thing is she was sleeping with Vince then when he started working there she was sleeping with Vince.
You think so?
Did Vince gift him to her? Did gift her to him? Was he a gift?
I would hope not. She was still married to Mark at the time.
No, she wasn't. Not when Brock started wrestling.
I thought so because he Mark said that's what drove them to split. He found out
Oh,
she
the
was
Brock.
cheating. Yeah,
Oh,
she was
then
cheating with Brock.
she was cheating with Vince before Brock. It was a
Yeah,
gift.
I want to believe that she didn't sleep with Vince, but
Mm,
also didn't she sue them for sexual harassment or something?
she did. And then she went to
And
WCW and she came back.
and they brought her back. Yeah, I don't.
She
And Stephanie mentioned that on screen.
yeah.
I whatever.
Stephanie mentioned it on screen and but with all those things that happened with Sable, I truly believe that Sable was worse than Sunny in some regards. You know, at least Sable slept her way to the top. Say Sunny just slept her way adjacent. Like she was just sleeping to sleep. It didn't matter. It was fun. As long as it wasn't black guys, she didn't care. You know.
I don't know. I think she might have messed around with Ahmed.
She said she slept with no black guys.
She said she never cheated on
Chris Candido.
yeah, so I can't take her serious. I don't.
I agree with you on that. But she also said no black guys. That was after she came out and said, yeah, she slept with half the locker room.
Because for some reason I want to say I think Ahmed told some story or something. It was something about them trying to get drugs or something.
Oh, they might.
Yeah, I don't remember. But that's what made me think that he had slept with her. But I don't know. I don't want to create some
Everybody,
allegations.
everybody asked her, did she sleep with Virgil? Because evidently Virgil has the biggest penis in wrestling.
Yeah, but they wouldn't even have been on the roster at the same time, would they?
Not WWE, but WCW.
Okay, but just because Virgil, may have had it, why did that mean she automatically? But,
She was drawn to it, I guess.
yeah,
Didn't matter, But the real question is, did she sleep with the Nature Boy? Woo! Did she take a ride on Space Mountain? And I think that's a no.
No, I don't think so.
Would he
But
have?
who?
No,
But who
I don't
knows?
think he would have. I don't think he would have.
She seemed to have been going crazy over Shawn Michaels though.
No,
Jeez.
she loves Sean. She loves Sean.
She
She
was
said,
ready. Chris didn't know she was ready to give up everything
she
for
would
this
have gave
show.
up everything for HBK. But she also said that she loved being with Dolph Ziggler as well. So, and she's quite a bit older than Dolph Ziggler. So,
She is, but I I had heard I didn't hear her confirm it, but I had heard that about them having some sort of thing.
she confirmed it. She in one of the shoot interviews, she said, "Oh yeah, Dolph Ziggler, he's nice." Yeah, and I was like, okay.
Amy Schumer says she used to date Dolph Ziggler and said that he had sex like he was in some athletic competition, and she
Yes,
she wasn't a big fan of it.
I think. Shit. So did Nikki. Nikki Bella said the same thing.
Oh, really? I didn't even know they dated until like I've seen a clip of him on Total Divas trying to win her back or something.
Get her
I didn't
back.
know what was going on. I did.
Look, Bree's the only one that said she dated one wrestler and that was it. She married him. She wasn't gonna do no more. But
Yeah, she
but
seemed like the type that
but,
she's
but
not.
Nikki, which I hope I hope everything's good with her and her and her husband, whatever they happened with
Well,
them.
I think that's done. I think that's like finalized
Yeah,
or
they finalized the divorce, but
yeah.
there was some domestic abuse going on.
Yeah, I don't think we'll ever hit the end of that one. That was
Well, and now, but I did think this was strange. So, um, John Cena. Yeah, you've seen John Cena's wife.
yeah.
She looks very similar to Nikki Bella. John Cena has a type.
She has a type, but I noticed like she's like foreign and she
And
like
she's foreign.
Indian.
Mm-hmm.
Um, he has a type, but I think I also makes me think that there's a lot of truth to the John Cena on Total Divas character, and like
Oh
it seems like
yes.
he's got him a foreign wife that's gonna put up with his rules and all a submissive wife. There you go. That's
Yeah, she's probably is more submissive than Brie
yeah,
ever
definitely
will than
Nikki.
Nikki ever will be. Um, especially with some of the rules. The rules, the John Cena rules things, I think was completely horrible. John Cena is a control freak. That's fine, but you need to be by yourself if you feel you need to have dinner with the people that inhabit your
Who I
house.
believe that is who I believe is the real John Cena is the guy that doesn't want nobody cook till he doesn't want them messing up his counter. That's who.
I mean, I believe that too. Now, I believe that. I think we need to have a shoot interview with John Cena Senior to see if that's the real John Cena.
What is up with John Cena Senior running his mouth talking about Sasha Banks being upset or something? Who are you? Oh, no, he said she was fake crying or something.
Mm-hmm. Like,
Who
you didn't
who
care about these belts.
who are you to even give an opinion, man? I didn't like
You
that.
don't know this woman in real life. You don't know this woman. I mean, John knows her, but you don't know this woman. And you saw her what when you were backstage and catering? Because I don't think she talked to you. She hell, she didn't talk to her own husband, let alone you, dude. What the hell?
Why did he
Yeah.
even feel the need to talk about that? It wasn't like this was just happened. This was years ago, and you just, yeah. Oh yeah, by the way, she was fake crying. What?
I mean, he probably tried to holler. She told him no.
As she should.
She needs to give
Oh,
out
he said her and Bianca
Bianca for
during
the.
that.
Mhm.
Yeah,
But I don't.
fake
I
crying.
don't think she was fake crying. She might have been.
Even if she was, so what?
It's, it, I believe this. I believe they shouldn't have been crying at the moment because it's not that big a deal. It's a big deal, but don't cry at the moment because y'all in a blood feud with each other for this belt.
They are, however, I guess I've been accustomed to NXT women crying and they made them. crying
least
and hugging and shaking hands. It's usually at the
it's
end though.
not Bailey. It's not Bailey. If it was Bailey, yes. Only if it was Bailey.
But Sasha has done it. Charlotte's done it. Like all the horsewomen at the end of they main events, they like even like and when it's been bitter feuds. Like I want to say, was it?
Charlotte cried when she lost to Rhea, but she was at least outside the ring.
But I remember one where I think like all four of them came out and hugged each other.
Yeah, they did that shit too.
They did a curtain call. They
But that was on NXT. If they did that shit on main roster, Vince would have been like, "God damn it, you're not Shawn or Hunter
Oh yeah,
or
definitely. But
Razor or
I've
Diesel."
seen it happen multiple times on NXT
They
women's
always did
championship
that shit.
matches. They was
It was,
they
it
was
was- I
crying
feel
and
like
hugging, and then they would be at the next NXT taping, talking
cursing
crazy
each
to
other
each
out.
Yeah, it was like what?
She only beat me by a smidge, and next time I see her, I'm gonna whoop her ass. But you were just giving her a hug, saying it was the greatest match of all time. Y'all made history, and then you gave her a kiss on the cheek, and then you held the title over her head, then you put it on your
Y'all
shoulder.
throwing the fours up, y'all.
Yeah, y'all doing too much. It didn't make sense to me. They do stupid shit. And I'm gonna. That's just how I feel. Did you see? Speaking of Mercedes, did you see the Mina Shirakawa match that she had with Mina?
I've seen clips. I did not see the whole thing, but I mean, from what I've seen, it looked good. Um, and so I know like she's been having while it's been she's been turning things around, but for the most of the year, it seemed like she's been having a rough time in AEW matches. But I don't know. It seems like outside of there, like she is performing at a different level.
I was thinking that too, but I feel like that whole pay per view was better than
Okay.
than the World's End pay per view we had a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Claudio had a good match. On there. Kenny had a great match coming back main event. Didn't mean anything because it wasn't the title on the line. But
Which he cut a speech later that AEW uploaded where he said he's back and he's coming to take everything. So
I mean everything isn't the Continental Classic Championship from Okada. That's not everything.
well, he's got to start somewhere.
That's the bottom. He's an EVP. You can at least say I booked myself into a match against Moxley. Like pull some strings.
That wouldn't be a babyface thing to do though. That would.
Come on now. Who's a babyface in wrestling? In AEW.
I don't think there's any babyfaces in AEW. So yeah.
This man, swerved through toilet paper at Ricochet, and now he's getting stabbed in the head. So Jesus, So let's think about this. Come on now.
I guess he could.
He made fun of the man. He literally made Trevor. Actually, that's what I want from Ricochet. I want him to give up the name Ricochet and just be Trevor. Like that's his name, just Trevor. And he's stabbing people and he's wrestling in a suit with the glasses on.
With a golden pair of scissors.
Why do the scissors have to be golden? I was expecting that from Max Caster, not him. Scissor me, daddy ass. Like I wasn't expecting him with the scissors. That was trash.
It threw me off. Like where did he? They were big too.
Yeah, he had comically big scissors. Like he's Krusty the Clown. Like what is wrong? The scissors wasn't even cool. He just looked stupid. And it turned him into nice serial killer. Norman Bates Ricochet. He's gonna dress up as Samantha next week.
That wasn't the route I was wanting him to go, but if that's working for him, I guess.
Now he's gonna wear his. He needs to wrestle in the outfit, like in the little blood-stained outfit. He needs to train. He needs to wrestle in that. He just doesn't need to give promos anymore. Just smile in the face and do his little crap, whatever he's gonna do, and then
yeah.
Like because obviously him giving a promo wouldn't make sense if he's in his crazed state. He's not gonna be like, "Yeah, I'm Ricochet. I'm cool." Y'all
especially if he's sitting there still trying to be funny. It's not.
Yeah. Shut up, broke boy. That's the reason you had to work on Christmas. Okay. No, that's not shouldn't be this Ricochet. This he should be crazed. He should walk around similar to the way that Chelsea Green was when she had a mental breakdown in the TNA.
Okay. Yeah,
When
that worked.
she was hot mess Jess. She should. I think it should be like that. He's nuts. He ain't changed his clothes. He's running around in that bloodied outfit, just stabbing people with scissors. I wish he would get an ice pick at least, something a little bit more dangerous than some scissors, and not associated with the Acclaimed. That would be okay as cause I don't want to hear scissor me Ricochet at all.
No, not at all.
But no, I would love to see the name change to just Trevor. Trevor just Trevor. That's all he needs to be. No last name. Just be Trevor. Keep your wife at home, please. And her she can sing. Not as good as JoJo, in my opinion. I think JoJo can sing a little better.
She's still arguing with fans on Twitter. I think she had
Oh God.
I don't know, she had reposted something. I think a picture of JoJo doing an announcement, and I think somebody was going in. I guess
They
they
didn't know
thought
the
that was
difference.
her.
They didn't
Yeah,
know the
they did.
difference.
And even though it wasn't, and she could have ignored it, she's going back. It's like you arguing with somebody who's yelling about something they wrong about. It don't even matter. It's
We know, if somebody doesn't know, they don't know. It isn't. I mean, granted, they don't look alike, but if I didn't watch wrestling and I just saw a light skinned person with curly hair
yeah.
who sings and announces, they fit. That's a description of both of them. That's a description of both of them. The police would arrest them both if they were suspects. I mean, I'm just telling you. You give that description, light skinned woman who sings, she has curly hair. Oh, okay. We're gonna have to take down Samantha and JoJo. And that's what they would do. I wouldn't get mad. That just means it's a casual fan. Not everybody watches wrestling as much as me or you or Samantha or Ricochet or JoJo. I don't think JoJo watches wrestling, by the way.
No, especially now, I doubt she does.
Yeah, I don't think JoJo she probably maybe watches it for her friends. Like, oh, let's see what my friends are doing. But I don't think
Yeah,
she's
yeah.
watching. But no, the average person, the average wrestling fan does not watch wrestling as much as I do or you do. Like you stated earlier, you were happy that now you can get all your wrestling fix on streaming services.
Yeah. It's
You know,
although AEW shouldn't add no price to Max. Max is Max. NBA doesn't do it.
I mean, but yes, and Tony should make all his money from his football and his soccer, where he does make money, instead of this business where he does not. Which I guess he does make money, but it isn't from ticket sales. It isn't from
No. It's from the TV deal and
it's from TV deals. It's not from ticket
the
sales.
merch. I think merch is doing all right.
I know. I know you probably have a few AEW shirts.
I only have a CM Punk AEW shirt, which I don't. I've been meaning to get a Mercedes one. I just haven't. And I wanted a Bullet Club Gold shirt. I never got one.
Now they're gone.
Yeah, there's no need now.
The Bang Gang.
Yeah, I'm not a fan
I
of
thought
that.
I thought we discussed Bullet Club shirts. You just gonna have them to wear in the house.
But that was just to wear at AEW show.
Oh, okay.
That was
Okay.
yeah. I'm not
I
wearing
get
out.
it.
Yeah.
But I was initially gonna get a CM Punk shirt if he was. I just wanted to see if he was gonna last like a year, and that didn't happen. So
No, it did not. But I bought one soon as like he signed and they released the shirt. So I was like, oh, because I had the the classic white one.
yeah.
My wife had bleached it, and I need.
Yeah.
I still needed a new one, so I got the AEW one that was pretty much the same thing. Uh, but now I need a new one because that one says AEW on it. So
Mm. I do. You can go pick that up at Hot Topic. There you go. That's where I got mine at.
oh, okay,
Yeah.
I did see they had some. I was there at Christmas shopping. They had some CM Punk shirts. They had a few other people too, but I was thinking about everybody else.
Yeah, I got that. All I saw, cause I was looking for a new Bloodline shirt, and then I was like, screw it. Now I think I'll just get one at the Rumble. I'll get a Roman Reigns shirt at the Rumble. But
Oh, dude, I remember when Roman first went with Paul. Dude, they were. I guess they were just shooting at the fences for a shirt for Roman because the first it was like show up and win, and then it was like another
I have
phrase,
that shirt.
and it was just like they just kept shooting out new shirts until something
Hmm.
stick.
I have that. I have all three of those shirts because it was three shirts. It was show up and win, and then it was reckless something. I forgot what the shirt says. It's in the other room. And then the last one was the acknowledge me,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that was the one that stuck. The obviously the acknowledge me shirt.
I
But
don't even think he even said show up and win.
no, he did.
Oh, he did. Okay,
He did.
okay.
Because it was when he made his return at SummerSlam, and he ended Bray Wyatt's reign as Universal Champion. Even though he didn't pin the Fiend, he pinned Braun Strowman.
Was that when they said stay for the end, which was the weirdest thing to do?
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be
Stay
something
for
at
the
the
end.
end.
And that's when he
What?
came back and beat them both with a chair and said, "This is mine. You're nothing
Which it
without
made
me."
no sense. I was like, Roman's back. Well, why is he so mad?
Why is he angry, Roman Reigns? Why is he just beating people with chairs and why is the vest gone? He just wearing a t-shirt now. And that's when the tribal chief began, but it didn't
Yeah,
make
yeah.
sense at first. I
No, it
mean,
made no sense. And I was like, why is he acting like a heel? This is
and then we saw that he was with the wise man, Paul Heyman.
yeah.
And then that made perfect sense because
It made everything made sense then. It was
Paul's not a babyface. As you said earlier, I think Paul should have a babyface run. He deserves
yeah,
it.
he's let him have it.
He's a Hall of Famer now. Like he's
But the
not a.
him playing, scared of Solo makes me feel like, oh, we got the swerve coming. Yeah, but
I mean, I can see him playing scared of Solo, and then he says he's mad at Roman because Roman left him. You abandoned
yeah.
me. You left me to get beat. And he can turn on both of them and side with The Rock, be The Rock's wise man,
Oh, that'd be nice.
and be the conversation piece for The Rock because The Rock's not going to be there every week, but Paul's going to be there every week.
Yeah,
Paul can
yeah.
talk for The Rock. So that's what I'm feeling that's going to happen, that he's going to probably end up just talking for The Rock because obviously The Rock is not going to be a normal character on the TV show, but Paul Heyman is.
Okay. Yeah, I ain't mad at that. And The Rock and Paul would be that'd be an epic duo.
I mean, obviously, I'm not saying The Rock needs Paul to talk for him,
No, no, no.
but he needs
But
someone to
Roman
talk for him.
didn't either. Well, I guess he needed him for that villain cosign. But
I think he needed him at the beginning.
yeah.
Roman Reigns' promos got better after some time passed. He got better.
Yeah, yeah.
He
That
got
is
more
fair.
comfortable. Now we can listen to a Roman Reigns promo and just be like, "Oh, Roman's getting ready to cut a rough one," But back then we'd be like, "Oh God, suffering succotash. Here we go again. He's going to say some stupid crap that's lame," and that's when we were having the character of Vince McMahon talking for Roman Reigns, and instead of Joe having a little bit of say so in what Joe comes out of Joe's mouth,
Yeah.
So that made it a little bit better.
But hey, I mean, if you a guy and everybody's like, "Yeah, we about to make you the star," hey, I'll take what you got. No.
I mean,
Everybody's
yeah,
gonna say it was bad, but he wrote it for me.
I mean that's
He thought it
true.
was good, But now knowing that Vince will say something, give you an idea. Everybody say it's bad. He'll turn around and say it's bad. So
Yeah,
like
that's
you did
true.
it. Like so, I don't.
That stunk, pal. But you told me to say it.
JBL said there was a time that I mean not Rock, Vince told Booker T to say some sort of joke on
Mm.
commentary. He says it. Someone calls Vince and said, "Hey, he said this. This is offensive." And then Vince told Booker T to apologize. Booker T apologized. He said, "Oh, thanks for doing that." And then JBL's like, he don't even remember that he's the one that told him to say that.
And that's sad. That's sad. Vince should be on an apology tour for saying my nigga on television to John Cena. My
He's
nigga.
not.
But he's not, and he should apologize the day he bought that do rag and put it on his
Oh my
head.
God. I don't know how they let him do a whole run with that.
He was the ECW champion as a do rag Vince. Do rag Vince is a meme.
That was yeah, I don't I don't know how we let that one go by. That he was on a weekly basis with Durag.
Do rag in a suit. What? that didn't make sense. And then he put
And
on his
Paul
suit.
Heyman was cool with him just walking around holding the ECW championship. But
Paul Heyman didn't have anything to do with it because he didn't own it. You know what I'm saying? Vince owned the ECW everything, as he did up until recently. You
yeah,
can't
yeah.
tell it. That might be your brand, but if I bought it, it's mine. That might be your namesake, but if I bought it, it's mine.
I just wonder, like, it had to bother him a little bit. Like,
I mean, I think a lot of things, as pride of being a man who created things, who revolutionized wrestling. Um, if we want to talk about Paul Heyman, you got to think ECW, hardcore wrestling. That the idea of Stone Cold Steve Austin in general, Steve Austin having a, a a segment where he had a conversation and talked freely about being held down and being oppressed by the man, which was the whole Stone Cold Steve Austin character. All that happened on ECW.
yeah, yeah.
All that was pretty much his thing. That was Paul Heyman's baby that got stolen by WWE and WCW, and he got minimal credit up until
Yeah.
now. Up until, but it's too late now. He's not getting any money from this. It's all going to TKO Group. Does he get a paycheck from them? Yeah, but he could still be doing his own thing somewhere else, living his best life, talking about this is ECW's 30th year. You're not hearing that anytime soon, however.
No.
ECW's dead and buried. We're wondering who's gonna die next from the ECW. We've lost our great New Jack, the greatest black wrestler from ECW of all time. Not really, but that would be too close. That would be too cold Scorpio, in my opinion. But free too cold
Oh yeah,
Scorpio.
yeah, yeah. Definitely.
You know, definitely. For sure, and free too cold Scorpio. Um, I know he stabbed that man, but that's okay.
Yeah, but he was working in security. I think that was the self defense thing.
Yeah,
I
it
think
was.
he's good. I think he'll be good anyway.
Yeah, I hope so. I know Booker T reached out, said if Too Cold needs anything, he's gonna help him. Um, I commend Booker for that. But I mean, when it comes to Paul Heyman, he doesn't get the credit for what he played in the Attitude Era.
No.
There's a lot of people that I feel don't get credit. Paul Heyman, because he made ECW ECW. Eric Bischoff, because as I've stated, nobody would have watched that part of wrestling if Hogan wouldn't have turned heel in the first place, um, and made the NWO, and coming up with the illusion that WWF was invading WCW. That made people start watching wrestling in general more so. Because I know me myself, I didn't know too many people that were watching wrestling before that.
Yeah.
I was watching wrestling the entire time, but I was felt like an outliner because I was like, oh, I'm still watching wrestling. And everybody did. Why did people stop in the 80s? I never did,
Yeah.
I never stopped just because, oh well, Hulkamania wasn't hitting the same. Even though to me Hulkamania never stopped hitting. Um, you know, um, but now I think when people talk about the Attitude Era, all they think about is Vince McMahon and Stone Cold Steve Austin and The Rock. And okay, there was 4 million people watching this. There was another 4 million people watching WCW. There was like 8 million people, 8 to 10 million people watching wrestling every week.
Yeah.
Just,
But it's one of those things where they say, the winners get to rewrite history, and WWE tells it, their way. And that,
that's
in their
true.
way, they do give WCW a little credit. They don't give ECW much at all unless it's time to talk about ECW. But when they talk about Attitude Era, they don't mention ECW.
Not at all. And to me, that is sickening. That is a slap in
And
the
they don't really
face.
mention WCW in the sense of like the content pushing them. It's just kind of like them being more popular pushing them.
Yeah. I don't think they brought in the fact that a wrestling match in WCW was better than any WWF match at that time. If you put Rey Mysterio and Billy Kidman in a match, and then on WWF television, you have, we can even go top stars. We can have The Rock versus The Undertaker. Billy Kidman and Rey Mysterio are going to have the better match. They're not the bigger stars. They're going to have a better
No,
match.
yeah. I've gone back and watched a couple of Attitude Era matches that made me scratch my head. Like it was like an Undertaker and maybe Kane First Blood match or Undertaker. It was something, and it was bad. Uh, um, yeah. And then there's the one where Undertaker wrestled as Kane.
Yes.
The reveal was dope. The match itself,
The match is
no.
trash.
And I was like, man, it was like a lot of stinkers on Raw that I don't remember them being like that. I don't.
You also have to think we were decades younger.
Yeah, that
Um,
is true. That is true.
and our expectations for wrestling was, oh, this is cool. I can watch Raw, and I watch Raw as an adult, as a more mature wrestling fan. From that, and I'm like, wow, these matches, I really just enjoyed the promos that led up
Yeah,
to these matches. I enjoyed The Rock's entrance and the way his swag. I enjoyed The Rock's swag. I enjoyed what The Rock said. I enjoyed Austin's just intensity as he walked to the ring. I enjoyed Vince's intensity. I enjoyed Shawn's entrance. I enjoyed Shawn's bravado. Those things. But when it comes to watching a match, I'm gonna watch a WCW match, and not the main event, because the main event was the same as the WWF match, because it was Hulk Hogan versus somebody. And,
I will say though, some of those Hogan matches, maybe the match itself wasn't good, but that post match NWO brawl,
oh, that was always fire. That was lit. That was lit.
Hogan's dragging people and spray painting, and
Oh.
and they talking in the camera.
Spitting on the camera, spitting on people, throwing the dirt out as the bottles were coming, hitting the bottles out of the way. Like it was always lit when the NWO was there. Like we'll never get that back because all those people would be like fined and fired and sued and security. But there was only like Doug Dillinger. That's all we had was Doug Dillinger, boy. One old man standing there. Don't you throw that stuff at the wrestlers. And he was just there saying, "Don't you throw that stuff at the wrestlers." But but yes, the Hogan match was not that good. But you were waiting for the NWO run in.
Oh man. And it was madness every time. Especially those early days. Like you said, them throwing trash, them dodging it or hitting it and stuff like it's
Oh, the super early days, it wasn't even a match. It'd be a 4 horseman match, and then you just hear, "Oh, here's
Oh
Hogan,
yeah.
Hall, and Nash climbing through the ring. Well, Hogan didn't never climb through the audience. He would be walking out later on after Hall and Nash came in
he
with the
come in.
bats, and then here comes Walt Hogan just strolling in with the belt, and then he's like, he's hitting people, spitting on them,
Hitting him with the weight
them,
belt too.
hitting them with the weight belt, whipping them, and the title belt. It didn't matter as long as
Either
there's
one.
something. Cheers, whatever. If there's something there, I'm gonna hit you with it, brother. You're like, that was it. But we can't get it. I think Tony, and this goes back to Tony. Tony wants to replicate that so much with his Death Riders. It don't work.
Yeah.
It don't hit the same. They come through the audience like they the Shield or the NWO, and they're neither. It's Claudio, who doesn't have any personality. He's not Hall. He's not Nash. He's just a good wrestler. We got Wheeler Yuta. Who is he? He's not Six. He's not Sean Waltman.
No.
Who had personality and was a good wrestler. I think maybe Wheeler Yuta's a quarter of what Sean Waltman is right now as a human being. We have Pac. I love Pac by himself when he could talk, when he had the ability to cut a promo and do his own thing. And then there's Jon Moxley. I don't like him talking anymore because I feel like a lot of his stuff doesn't have direction. He's the calm Ultimate Warrior. I don't know what's going on.
But the early Dean Ambrose stuff didn't have no direction.
Yes, but at least he had two cool people with him.
Oh, before that, like when he was in NXT going crazy at Mick Foley and stuff.
Oh, that didn't make sense. That didn't make sense. Mick Foley. What do you think about Mick Foley being here in Louisville?
I didn't know. Is it?
He was.
I know he's done some stuff with OVW.
He was in OVW this past week.
Okay, I didn't know he was back. I think you posted something in the chat. I just assumed it was an old clip. Because I know he's done some stuff in the past, like he's done like some commentating and stuff. But yeah, okay. No, I didn't know. What's he doing?
I think he's just in here. He's feuding with somebody. I forgot who he's feuding with, but he's feuding.
Okay.
I don't think he's gonna put on a match or anything, but
hopefully not.
But I think he's more of one of the authority figures. Him, Mickey James, and of course Al Snow.
Yeah.
So Al Snow still owns a piece of it. I think he does. I don't think the mayor, dear God, the poor mayor. Well, poor us, I think, more so than the mayor. Jesus Christ. But I think he's with him, and he's just kind of being an authority figure in the company.
Okay.
It's nice to see Mick. I might make it to one of the shows. I haven't been to an OVW show in a couple years.
Yeah, I haven't either. Last time I went is when they had something. They had it at the waterfront at the Chow Wagon.
No, I take that back. I did go to that, so it wasn't a couple years. It was last year, but yeah, I went to that.
I met Al Snow. He was a cool guy.
I've met Al Snow many times. Many times. The first time I met Al Snow, it was at 4th Street Live. It was when he was first starting to wanting to buy OVW, and we were all down there eating. He was at the food court.
Oh, okay.
And the second time I met Al Snow is the local bodybuilding shows. He goes to all of them.
I know his wife is like, yeah.
So he always sponsors them with OVW. OVW sponsors a lot of the bodybuilding shows.
Okay.
So, he's there every one of them. They usually have about four a year, and he's at every one of the bodybuilding shows. So you can always meet Al Snow. Al Snow's around.
Okay, that's good to know.
Al Snow, Megan Bain when she was doing local shows, but now she's not doing local shows anymore. Now that she's engaged to Joey Janela, her and Janela together.
Okay, I think I've seen a pic of them together.
Yeah, she doesn't do though. But I used to see her all the time. We used to go to the same gym before I went back to the gym in down here where I live at now. But I used to see her all the time. She used to always come in with her title. I was like, I guess she would
To the
use her
gym?
in the gym. She used her title as a weight belt, like just to
Because
show off.
usually, don't want to generate that much attention when you're at the gym. But
It was her, and I always forget the dude she used to hang out with, but it was two black guys. They were twin brothers, and they would all walk around with their belts, like just walk around the gym. And it was LA Fitness. They would just be in the LA Fitness, just wangling the belts around. What the fuck? What are you doing?
I'm confused whether or not if that is if it looked cool or not.
No, it was it. I love wrestling, but when I'm in the gym, I'm a completely serious human being.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah.
so it's like, oh, you're fucking getting on my nerves. You children, and I'm older. Like I was like, are you fucking kids? Yeah, I become that guy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like I'm like, these fucking kids are just over here taking this machine. They're in front of the squat rack. God damn it, bitch, move. I get more. I would get more in that mood. But when she was by herself, like it was a different vibe. But if she was with her
Okay.
homies,
The
when she was
homies,
with
it's goofing. It's goofing
yeah,
off
she
time.
was goofing off. But if she by herself, she was serious. Headphones in,
Okay.
actually going to the gym. That didn't bother me at all. It was just a big giant woman lifting weights. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm cool with that. That's not a big deal. But the running around with the belt on, that didn't make sense. And that's that. I was like, okay. Yeah, but at the gym that I go to now, years ago there was a guy, he wrestled on the indies back when they were trying to rejuvenate. Well, they're still trying to rejuvenate Memphis. I don't know if you've seen, Memphis has a YouTube channel where they
No, no.
Tony Atlas is on there.
Oh no.
Not that you said, oh no.
Last time I seen Tony, he was having somebody beat them with their feet.
Oh gosh. Was Tony doing the OnlyFans? What's it?
It was like OnlyFans type content, but like it wasn't. It was like he would do these like random, sexual
Oh no.
humiliation type videos where it's like, and I think it's his girlfriend. I think it's the same girl in these videos. She's like putting her feet on his face, and then like he'll just upload it on Twitter. And so, like in the midst of this, Twitter, like talking about, everybody have a good day, or talking about some event, or retweeting something, and this mixed to that be a random video of just him getting kicked in the balls by some random white lady. Like it was just,
Oh
like
my
it's just a
god.
normal post. It was like,
No.
what is this?
Well, I haven't seen that, and I won't jump down that rabbit hole. I'm gonna trust you, man. I got you. Got you, Mr. Wesley. I'm just gonna say that, okay. I believe you
I
because
think
I
it's
don't know.
his girlfriend because I've seen her in a couple of his videos, so I'm assuming that they are,
Together, they're exclusive.
yeah,
But no,
yeah.
I saw Tony. He wasn't doing anything like that. He was actually having like
Okay.
he was having was scheduled to just cut an interview, and then got cut off. And the heel tries to attack the legend, and then the baby face comes in to save. So
Okay.
and Tony gets a good clothesline spot because he still has decent sized arms. So that was it. But he was there. I saw they had some other people there as well. There were legends. Sandman. Sandman was on Memphis. Didn't make any sense.
Yeah, what was he doing there?
He was hitting people with some more canes. He was caning people. He was doing his normal thing. Glad to see he's sober and alive. I guess that's all I can say.
That's good. That's good.
He wasn't. That's all he was doing was caning people. But yeah, Memphis is doing they're trying to get Memphis again, and it's a studio type deal. It's kind of like an NWA.
Okay.
They're not trying to do it. They're not trying to get anybody. They're not going on the road nowhere.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't expect to see Memphis make a tour down there. They're not going to do that. They're not trying to bring back the territory back. They just want to trying to do. I think they're really paying homage to old Memphis. You really can't.
That's what's up, though.
I feel like you really can't if Jerry Lawler and Bill Dundee are not going to be there.
Yeah, I didn't expect them. I didn't. Yeah.
JC Ice and Wolfie D, PG-13, the greatest white tag team of all time.
Is Jerry still doing like conventions and stuff now? I don't.
I heard he did one or two in Memphis, but I don't think he's doing traveling conventions anymore.
He probably can't.
Uh, you know, last time I saw, he didn't even dye his hair anymore. It's just gray.
Mm, I
So
think I seen that recently.
yeah, so I don't know. He's not trying to be the king. Hell, the honky tonk man is still dyeing his hair.
Yeah, I think he's gonna do it to the end. But I think those recent like health scares with him, I think he's kind of he's giving in to being old and just trying to
Yeah,
chill.
nothing wrong with that. Have you ever met
No,
Jerry Lawler?
no, 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 not at all.
So I don't know if you're familiar with the Louisville flea markets that they have around here, that they
Yeah,
have at the fairgrounds. So Jerry
I used to
Lawler,
go one to watch wrestling shows on the one I think out 7th Street. They
not
used,
those, the ones at
yeah, I know what you're talking about,
the
but
big one.
yeah, but
Jerry
I was
Lawler used to
he's
come
up
there.
there
He used to
to
go
do
there all
what?
the time, and he would charge people $20 for an autograph.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
he used to come. It would be him, the honky tonk man, because they're cousins.
yeah. Although
Hillbilly Jim.
they not,
They
I
don't
guess,
like each
cool
other.
anymore. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
but they were him, Hillbilly Jim, Coco Beware, and uh, it was him, Hillbilly Jim, Coco Beware, and Bill Dundee sometimes, and they would charge $20 for people to get autographs. This was definitely big when he got fired from WWE. When he quit WWE because of the cat,
Yeah, yeah.
that's what he would be doing, and he's done it. He's done it recently since he's been on the Legends contract as well. Not since he
Mm,
got sick or whatever, but he's done it. He's been doing that.
I missed out on all of that.
Lawler's out there. Lawler used to be out there. Not like Slick, because like I said, I missed our prime opportunities to meet the Doctor Style Slick, but I didn't want to feel awkward going to a church to meet a wrestling personality.
I think he wouldn't have been offended. I think he would have, but he would have also tried to use that opportunity to get you to be a member. He would.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I mean that's his job.
Yeah, yeah.
But I also know that I wouldn't have been like the only person. I don't feel like I would have been the only person that asked him. You know, because I mean, we knew it. It was on the news.
Oh,
Former,
yeah. If he went on the
yeah,
news and talked to people, then he was welcoming
yeah. It was
people.
like it was on WHS. Former professional wrestling personality. Then they said his real name. He was the Doctor of Style Slick for the WWF for many years.
Oh
The
yeah, he
day,
definitely was welcoming the people to come in and
yeah.
ask him about it.
They always show the one clip where he turned the one man gang into Hakeem, the African Dream, which I'm like, yep, this makes wrestling racist right there, right now. Because somehow you took him to Africa and he became black.
When he's supposed to be a parody of Dusty, or,
Yes, he was a parody of Dusty being the American Dream.
even though aren't they kin?
No, they friends.
They friends? Okay.
Yeah.
I remember Cody referred to
I,
him.
actually, they might be cousins. They might be cousins.
Yeah, I
They might
thought
be
Cody
related.
said something. So
They might be related, but I mean, he could have. I look at the one man gang, and the one man gang made a lot of money, and up north, and
yeah,
in
yeah.
Japan. The one man gang shouldn't have been Hakeem the African Dream, um, due to the simple fact that a lot of just dumb racist stuff. Because Kamala was with Slick around the time as well. That didn't make sense. Why is Kamala hanging out with Slick? Slick is supposed to be a pimp. He was a pimp type character, a hustler.
Poor Kamala. I had heard that he had a rough go in wrestling, like, kind of like underpaid everywhere he went. I think they kind of took advantage of him. That sucks.
I think the racism and him being uneducated on top of that.
Oh yeah, I definitely the him being uneducated and you know, it's like damn.
So, and then he lost the leg in later years, and he always he was very respectful to all the boys. Like every shoot interview, I was like, why did you even interview him? He doesn't say anything bad about anybody. Like he was just
Yeah.
happy to be there. Like he was happy to wrestle Hogan. He was happy to wrestle, Paul Orndorff. He was happy to be there. He was happy for the experience.
Yeah.
But I don't get it. It doesn't make too much sense to me with the Kamala deal. But you know, Kamala was there. He's a legend. He got a Hall of Fame ring. Didn't give him any money. And
No, didn't give him any money, but gave him a ring.
you don't get any residuals now that as Kevin Nash has stated multiple times, that now that they have the network and they don't have any kind of physical media that they sell,
Yeah.
you don't get too much kickback when it comes to revenue from the royalty side of professional wrestling, unless you're having a T-shirt made or a toy made.
Which I mean, that's just a new thing. But even and I hear Kevin, but also, I mean, nowadays DVDs ain't selling for real anywhere.
I don't know, streaming.
Yeah.
Did you purchase the last WWE printed DVD? I meant to, but I forgot.
No, I don't even know the last time I did purchase a WWE DVD.
The, the last one was Survivor Series. Survivor Series last year. No, the year before last was the
Oh, the
last time I.
last time I purchased a WWE DVD, it was like one of those like documentary things, and I feel like they haven't made any of those. They all been on the network every time they do them now.
Every one of them
Uh,
is on the network.
yeah, but I miss those. You get a it's like a 3 disc set. You get a DVD, and then there was like a list of matches, which most of them was always throwaway matches from like Raw and SmackDown. They
Yeah,
wouldn't give you the pay-per-views.
you never get a good pay per view match. I
Like the Shawn
remember.
Michaels one spent a good chunk of time talking about how good Mind Games was, but they
Yes,
didn't give you the
they did.
Mind Games match. They gave you a Raw match of Mick Foley and Shawn Michaels.
hmm the lesser known match that was their thing. The hidden gem between these two
Man, I want to
legends.
see the match you keep talking about. That's what I want.
I don't think they do that on purpose, just so you can go back and maybe you'll buy one of those Best of Raw DVDs.
Yeah,
But they also don't want you to not buy that Mind Games pay per view.
yeah.
They want you to. They want you to seek that out. But there is a place where I found. I forget where it is. It's down the street from me, but I don't know the street name. But they do have a lot of classic wrestling chairs. Like the pay per view chairs.
There's a store by me. It's like a sneaker store, like that sells like they resell sneakers, and
Hmm.
for some odd reason they randomly got like pay-per-view chairs in there.
Did you buy one?
I
I'll
did
definitely check.
not, because I really just went in there for the sneakers just to check it out. And
Hmm.
as I was in there, I was like, wait a minute, they were there was a little pricey on them, but I can't
300,
argue.
three
Yeah,
hundred.
around that range. Yeah,
That's how much they go for online though.
that's
They're
fair.
so it makes sense that they're not upcharging you.
But when you
I
get
mean,
when you get floor at the pay-per-view, I guess you just get to keep it, or
yeah, it's yours.
that's nice.
You When you get floor on pay per view, you're paying $1,000. So I hope they give me the chair with
Yeah,
the
yeah.
autograph on it. I mean, I wouldn't be mad if they did anything else other than that. But yeah, I mean, it's expensive. Don't get me wrong; it's definitely like, oh my god. But I mean, if you get everything like the premium package where you're paying 1,000, what was it, 2,500, and you got to meet some of the card, some of the roster. You couldn't meet everybody, and then they signed your chair. That's pretty good.
But I always notice a lot of times when they do the premium package and you get to meet people on the roster, it's usually people that's not even on the card. Like it's
Oh, it's nobody you
people.
want to see.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It isn't like, oh, you get to see Roman Reigns. You have to
No,
be
no,
down.
no.
If you want to
You
be
get to
Roman,
meet Get to meet Crash Holly. Yeah. It's
Yeah,
like mad, but
it's something. It's something. If you want to meet Crash Holly, just meet him at the airport. Be like, I was waiting for your 3 a.m. flight, buddy.
I was at a show at Freedom Hall SmackDown, and I was with my aunt, and she jumped in front of a car uh to get the guy to come out, and he came out, gave me it was Midian.
It was Midian.
Yeah. She just knew he was a wrestler. That was it.
Well,
Actually,
at
I don't
least
even know how
you,
she knew. I guess she just took a gamble that he was a wrestler. Yeah.
it's one of them. At least you got Midian. He wasn't riding with
Yeah.
nobody else. He wasn't riding with Taker.
Nope, by himself.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn, that's usually him and Midi. They was always a Midian and Henry Godwin, because they were the Godwins together.
Yeah.
And maybe Charles White when he was Papa Shango, or even the Godfather. They would always ride together, because they were friends in real life.
Yeah.
But that's strange. But the only time I met a group of wrestlers, myself, it was I don't know if you remember when Victoria opened her motorcycle detail shop in Louisville.
I knew about it. But no, I never
So
I don't
the day it opened, she had wrestlers. She had JTG. She
okay.
had Shad Gasgard, Luke Gallows when he was still Festus, and Jesse, and she was there as well. And so I was like, I guess I'll take a half a day of work and go see this, So I took a half a day of work and I went out, Preston, and it was interesting. Luke Gallows was in character, so he didn't speak. He just kind of drooled on himself.
Why?
And he just put his hand out limp, like he did a limp handshake like this.
Why did he do that?
I don't know.
I guess he thought it was funny.
I guess so, but he did that for the whole 2 hours. He was just,
Yeah, like why?
and I'm like,
And Victoria wasn't even in WWE at the time, was she?
no, she wasn't. She just called in the favor, but she wasn't wrestling. No.
So for him, I don't.
It was the strangest interaction. I'm like, everybody else is a normal human being.
Oh, I bet he after that in the car he was cracking up laughing. I'm almost sure he
just seeing his personality now. I'm pretty sure Luke was dying. But he was in. I was like, why is he in character? Like Victoria's. She's not even using Victoria. She's using her real name.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, I'm Lisa Marie, formerly known as Victoria, shaking hands, signing autographs. Then there's this guy who signed an autograph as Festus, but the whole time. I'm like, what is going on here?
He definitely thought that was the funniest thing in the world.
I'm like, this is strange. I looked at my boy. I said, bro, what's wrong with this man? I know he's not like this. I've seen him before. What is going on here? Like, I've seen him outside of the WWE. I know.
Oh man!
But it was the strangest crap ever, man. Like, he doesn't make sense. But that was like my strangest interaction of seeing a professional wrestler ever. It's like, oh, Luke Gallows is a strange dude.
Yeah, definitely.
Festus is a strange dude. And then why did you do this? Nobody else was in character. JTG wasn't trying to rob nobody. Jesus. Neither was Shad. Lisa Victoria wasn't using her real name. She wasn't using Victoria. She signed it Victoria and her real name. She signed both.
Or maybe he thought nobody recognized me if I'm not in character, so I gotta.
We know it's you. Jesse was still like, hello. Hey guys, yeah. I don't know why he's doing that. He gave him a side eye. He said, I don't know what's wrong with him. He gave him the side eye. Like, bro, I know we partners. I know this your character, but ain't nobody gonna ring the bell. Never somebody brought a ring bell. It just happened. They're like, if I rang the bell, he didn't do nothing. He still stayed in the character of Festus.
Oh, really?
Without the ring bell. It's like he has on earplugs. He can't hear you. I was like, it's a lie. He doesn't have hair.
It was
Goddamn
like
it.
it was the like it was the urn, like the fake urn.
Yeah, it's not the real Rainbow. It's not the go time. It was the fake Earn and Brian Lee, the fake Undertaker. We had everybody. It was nothing. You know, that was strange. That was strange. Al Snow was fine. He was a little strange at first because we stared at him for 20 minutes before we got it out.
Mm.
So I can understand he thought that was strange.
Yeah,
One of my
yeah.
one of my friends is 6'5", like 270, so he thought he might have to fight him. I don't know. But
Oh, I can see that.
so yeah, so they just, and my other friend is 6'3", 345. He thought he might have to fight him too. So he's like, short, two big people and a little guy. Okay, maybe looked at his wife for a little while, but
No,
eventually
I can
he.
see that. I definitely can see like these guys staring at me. I think they mean business. So
So I was like, because first I was like, I think he might be thinking we want to fight him, so let's not look at him. And he was,
yeah,
but
that'd be a good idea.
my buddy was like, but that's Al Snow. My other buddy's like, I'll just go ask him because now we've made it awkward. And I'm pretty sure he thinks his wife needs to get the gun and shoot us. So let's just stop. I was like, he's going to jail. There's cameras at the food court, man. What do you mean? But but everybody else is kind of cool. So, like I said, other than that, Luke Gallows just being fucking strange at that time. Now I know he can be in characters now and he can at least speak, but then I
Yeah,
guess
yeah.
he couldn't, you know. But he was cool. He was cool. AJ Styles, I didn't make AJ Styles, but it was before he was AJ Styles. Well, he was AJ Styles, but he wasn't. But TNA AJ Styles. It
Oh,
was
okay.
WCW AJ Styles, but I was really young then when I met WCW AJ Styles. I was like 17, 18 years old. He was pretty cool, but he was nobody.
No,
So
no.
so he should have been cool. He had no reason to be anything different.
He was glad you recognized me.
Hi, that means you watch WCW in its dying days with Evan Courageous and me.
Like
Yes,
he was, just happy to be recognized.
I
That
was
was
just
all.
happy somebody watched wrestling during that time. But my favorite part of AJ Styles was NWA Wildside, not WCW AJ, not even TNA AJ Styles. NWA Wildside AJ Styles with Ron Killings telling the truth, being nasty and angry before he
Oh, yeah.
became. That was that was my AJ and my truth because I feel like the truth is a failure in WWE, in my
I
opinion.
wouldn't go and say failure.
I mean, not to him. I mean, he's making money. He's able to make albums and singles and still wrestle and not even have a match half the time. Just go in the back and say something slow and something funny, make somebody pop in the back. I guess because I don't pop
Yeah,
from them.
yeah.
I don't pop from them. I just like I
Every
see
now and
better.
then he might say one that I find funny, but for the most part, no.
He's just there. It kind of makes me sad. Uh, I thought they were going to do something with him when him and the Miz wrestled the Rock and Cena,
I
and
mean, he sold out the Garden against Rock and Cena. It don't get much bigger than that. I mean, yeah, I would want more, but you know, it was good. It was good while it lasted.
you can say he sold out the Garden. Yep, the Rock sold out the Garden. I mean, if it was just him, if it was him and Cena, if it was him and Miz versus Punk and Cena, it would have been not that many people there.
I think Cena and Punk could have sold out the Garden.
Now, yes, not then.
Now then, I don't know. Wait a minute, we fresh off, Summer Punk. Yeah, he could have sold out the
I
Garden.
don't know. I don't know. Summer of Punk was big for wrestling fans. That was it. Not for the world. The Rock's big
I
for
don't know, man.
everybody.
That I do remember when CM Punk cut that promo, there was people tuning in that was not normally
That's true.
watching.
That's true. I can't. I do believe. I can remember this. I took me 3 weeks to buy 4 CM Punk shirts. No, how many? Yeah, 4. Bought one for my kid, my 2 kids, and my and my and their uncle. and it took me and myself, of course.
Yeah.
And it took me a month to get that shirt because it was on back order.
Man.
And a dog collar for the dog, for my daughter's dog. But they were all in a month. The dog collar came first, but the shirts came last.
Yeah, it was a crazy period. I think it would have been even longer, even better if they didn't try to put it out so quick. You know, they had them lose to Triple H and Kevin Nash, and I don't know what the deal was.
That's the power of Papa H back then when he wasn't Papa. He was. I still have my hand on the title, and I work in the office. Paul, not Paul that's doing the stuff with Best for Business. Even though I feel like this Netflix um, advertisement isn't best for business because I feel like it's Triple H focus, if that makes sense. And you're gonna just come out and say, "Welcome to Raw on Netflix," and then you're gonna walk
Are you
back.
ready?
Yeah. Are you ready? No. Are you ready for Raw on Netflix? It's all about the game, and you're gonna leave. We're not
Yeah,
gonna see you. We're not gonna see you. And to me, that makes me angry. For
he's good
some,
for that at WrestleMania. A few big NXT takeovers. He come out, do his full entrance, say, "Are you ready?" Get out of there.
but now he doesn't even do his full interest. He doesn't spit.
Oh no, no. Well, sometimes doesn't he?
Only if they ask. The last time he did a spit was on Pat McAfee show when they were chanting spit, 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 spit. Doesn't
Which is a
spit
wild
now.
chant. Wow.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You're right about that. That's wow. I'm used to hearing it maybe at a strip club, but I don't know about it in a wrestling match. I don't think too many people in the '90s were happy about Triple H spitting them in the front row. Uh,
Probably not, but I know we all were trying to do it. I never could do it.
I've done it a couple times, but it isn't a consistent thing. Took a while. Like I used to do it
I may
every
have
day.
like I may have like done it, but on accident. Like I don't know how
Mm.
to do it on cue. I don't. Yeah.
No, because I don't know how he does it on cue. Like it's a
Yeah, I
talent.
don't know.
That's a
Yeah, it
talent.
is.
You don't need pyro when you have water in your mouth. I guess. You know, he doesn't need pyro. I'll give him that. He doesn't need pyro. Roman Reigns needs pyro. Hell, Shawn Michaels needed pyro. But
That Shawn Michaels pyro was pretty cool though in
well, I
the
like
middle of the
Shawn's
ring.
pyro. Okay, so pyro when it comes to the to the guys in that era of wrestling, the new generation, they all had great pyro. Razor Ramon.
That razor thing where it was just kind of like sprinkling down, kind of
Hmm.
like that was something cool.
Sid Vicious, because it said Sid in the
Oh yeah,
background.
yeah.
Diesels, where all he did, but then the pyro came out of the ring post. All of those new generation guys. Brett didn't have any. He just had lights that turned into hearts in the middle of the ring.
Yeah, after that, they never got too much innovative with pyro. I mean, the cane thing, but other than that,
Yeah, I mean that was you had to do the flames because it was Kane. It made sense. But then you gave it to the Undertaker, so it didn't matter anymore. Then he got burned by it, and it mattered even less. But he finished the match, so give him props.
oh yeah. Not only he got, but didn't couple fans get burned or something?
Yeah, they burned everybody. Everybody had to die that day. That was a horrible paper.
Wasn't that Mania?
No, that was no Mania was when the pyro went off and it just burned random people. Taker
Okay,
got
that's what's
take,
about the fans then.
yeah, that was the fans. Taker got burned at Elimination Chamber. When he
Yeah, I
was
do remember that. Yeah,
yeah, and then he had to finish the match and wait for Sean and wait for Jericho, and he was burned.
yeah.
He had second to be burned. They pouring water on him. Don't die. You know, it was horrible. It was completely horrible. Poor, poor Undertaker. I give him credit in the world, for being the man in professional wrestling to burn and still finish a match and be one of
Yeah.
the last people to get eliminated before Jericho won the title. A pointless Jericho win. I know you're a Jericho fan, but I feel like it was pointless by then.
It was pointless because, and I always, I mean, it was cool for seeing him win, but um, it's always weird when you're talking about a major title change that happens, and the focus about it isn't the title, the new champion. It's the other two guys, and that's always a
Shawn
weird thing.
Michaels coming from under the ring to super kick the Undertaker.
And then now we head into Mania, and the match between the two guys that don't even have the belt is the bigger match.
Hmm. And I feel like they do that even more now.
They do.
I
They did a situation. I remember with Bobby and Lesnar where it was just kind of it wasn't a it was a Roman. I think Roman came in and
hmm
I don't know.
Bobby and
Don't
Bobby and Lesnar should have been something special.
feel bad because Bobby wanted that match more than anything. I think he wanted that match more than he wanted the title.
Yeah, because
And then when he got it, Brock's like, "Who are you?"
he came back for that match, and I think he came back because the parallels are the same.
And it's just like, did Brock just not care about that match, or did he?
And I payback. It's just money. I don't think Vince
Like
cared about
Bobby
that
beat
match.
Roman
Hmm.
clean,
Yep.
and then it was like, okay, we getting Bobby versus Brock at SummerSlam, and then they ran it back on Raw. It's like winner is number one contender, and it
And
was
then
like, did Brock just go back there and tell them he didn't want to work with Bobby?
I
Like,
don't want to work with Bobby. Give
some
me.
that was too weird. Yeah, that
And
was
then we didn't get it until years later, and
yeah.
it was for the title, but it, you know,
It didn't. The
didn't
whole
hit
thing,
this.
yeah, they didn't. They was taking him as a joke, and then Brock goes, it's like, oh, yeah, don't worry, I'm coming to get your belt so I can face Roman, and then he did. Like it was like,
Hmm.
what?
So Bobby doesn't matter, and I felt like Bobby didn't matter. Um,
Which is why I don't understand why he speaks with so much love for Vince. Not saying he
Vince.
should hate him, but he's like, oh, Vince brought out the best of me, and it's like, but dude, he just kind of just used you as a stepping stone.
I think he feels that Vince would have let him do the hurt business again, and
Even though he told them no.
he
I
told
guess
him
maybe he
no.
thought he'd come around or something, or
And then Triple H told him he would, but I guess I think Triple H felt that Cedric Alexander wasn't hidden.
and they planted seeds for them to come back. They did a
Yeah,
thing on Raw where they were in the back talking, and then
talking,
nothing came about
nothing
it.
happened. Uh, you know, but I think it would have worked. But I also think what he said is valid. That if they would have came back, just think about it. The bloodline would have been a rival for the bloodline.
It would have been great.
But I think they could have been the baby faces, and the
I
bloodlines
think
would
that
have been the
too.
heel. And we would have had Roman, because Bobby has beaten Roman clean. Who's going to stop Roman? Bobby. You know, what's going to be the answer to the bloodline? The hurt business. You know,
And I don't know why nobody over there wanted to do that. I'm sure that was brought up, and somebody wanted to shut that down. I don't know why, but
especially considering there was only really three members in the bloodline. I guess you say that they did have that Sami Zayn run, but that was far before that Sami
yeah, yeah,
interference. And even if they did add Sammy in, that MVP and Sammy automatically kind of have a beef because they have the same finisher. You know, the running
yeah,
boot
yeah.
in the corner, the drive by or the halula kick. You know, I feel like that was a perfect way to have them intersect with one another. But that never happened. I think they would have been cool, would have been divided. Whoever you liked better, if you liked the Hurt Business or you liked the Bloodline, are you just gonna be happy because you like everybody in it? That would have been me. I would have just been, oh, I like everybody in it. So it's cool. Um, You know, I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
even the original Bloodline. I don't know if you heard MVP said that he initially did not want Cedric Alexander. He wanted Ricochet.
I've heard that. I think
Um,
that would have been a good spot for Ricochet.
knowing what I know about Ricochet now, no, I would say no,
Say no.
because Trevor's not cool at all.
I think he would have behaved different in that.
Maybe. I mean, Ricochet might be, as long as he doesn't speak. Because listening to Cedric speak, Cedric's not cool either. Like him and Ricochet have the same vibe.
I'll get that. Yeah, yeah.
You
Although
know,
his wife though has a different vibe.
oh, Big Swole. Big
She
Swole.
has a vibe like she is
Big Swole is her
like
business. What do you mean?
yeah, like so it's a weird. I wonder how the dynamic is together because she
It probably is like that though. He's the man. She's the
yeah.
man, and he's the home. Hey, honey, I'm gonna go cook us some. I'm gonna cook us some tilapia. You better cook it, boy.
Yeah, I'm getting the vibe that it might be like
Be in your boxers. Nothing but your boxers when I get home.
that.
You know what I'm saying? He's butt naked, just cooking his tilapia, waiting for her. You know what I'm saying? Big Swole come and take her cookies out when she come back. You know, what do you think about her in AEW? The way 'cause that was messy, her and Tony.
That was messy, and we talk a lot about Vince as a boss, but Tony as a boss, that was hugely disrespectful. Him to come out and say, "Oh, anybody's gone, she wasn't good." It's like that was I don't know what that was about. And I guess he was upset by how she said things, but she never said
Mm-hmm.
anything personally disrespectful about him. I
Him,
mean, anybody lose their job is going to feel a way about it, but to
yeah.
come out and get in your feelings and directly attack her, I didn't like that.
Just because she couldn't cut. How do you know she's a good wrestler? You've never wrestled. You're a fan. You're a
And if
fan.
she wasn't a good wrestler, then what'd you sign her for?
Yeah, why'd you hire her? Oh, I just needed somebody to fill my roster. If that's the case, there's thousands of women that are wrestling right now in the
Yeah,
city,
yeah.
in the world. You have world money. You don't have local money. You're not local indie talent guy. You can go get somebody that's and evolve making good money and be like, hey, I can make you better money. Come and wrestle for me. Stardom, even though whoever was wrestling around the world, he could have got him. He could have got any Joshi wrestler that he wanted. Didn't have to get Big Swole. Um, I thought that was very. It was messy on her, just because. But I know she was hurt. But it was really messy on him. But it set the groundwork for the way he's acted ever since.
Yeah.
But
No, you're right about that one.
yeah,
It definitely set the groundwork, and that's the beginning of him um responding to as many trolls as he can, him responding to rumors, like him looking crazy in the press conferences.
he looked like a minority Woody Allen at first. Now he looks like a mad scientist who
Mad
just
scientists who everything is overlooked past that, outside of that punk thing. But what was he getting mad about at the press conference? That same press conference as Punk when he's like, "I'm not gonna take any more shit from anybody." What was he even mad about?
I don't know. Like he goes on rants. Like I think he's listening to himself. Like he has voices in his head, like in not Randy Orton style. Not kayfabe voices. He got real voices in his head. He needs to
It's
check in.
like,
I don't know. Like I think man, we're all passionate wrestling fans. I think me, you, Shaw, everyone in this chat. It doesn't
yeah,
matter.
yeah.
Um, but if I had the financial means to do that, I wouldn't be insane about it. Like
No, no.
I have strong feelings about how I feel about wrestling and how I feel wrestling should go and what I should see. and who should be where. I think we all do. If you watch it, you feel that way.
Yeah, yeah.
It's how it is. It's like if you're reading the comic book, you are like, man, Superman should be placed like this. This is the way I want this character to be. Same way. That's how I look at view wrestling. I want this character to be here. I feel like my favorite wrestler should do this. Um, I feel like you can't have a favorite wrestler, number one, if you're the booker.
Mm.
Who makes me the most money? That's the real question. Who's over? Um, if like I said, I've booked in my head 98 WCW. My favorite wrestler will always be Hulk Hogan. He wouldn't be the World Heavyweight Champion. He wouldn't be there at all. He would have a feature match on the card. But the main match would be the new NWO of Bret Hart versus Sting. Bret Hart versus Sting would be the headline of my show.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, yeah.
Not Hulk Hogan. But Hogan and Savage would have a match. They would wrestle each other. Hogan, like I said, Hogan should be wrestling. Hogan and Savage should be wrestling Hall and Nash
Oh, nice.
for
Yeah,
tag
yeah.
team titles. That's the way I would have booked it. I feel like Tony books because he has a favorite wrestler. His favorite wrestler is John Moxley. Not the people that. I mean, I think it is his favorite wrestlers are John Moxley and Mercedes Moné because he loved NXT.
So I don't. Well, I get what you're saying. I will say this though. There was a moment where John Moxley AEW was the big thing.
Yes.
And I don't know where they've gone wrong. Um, but for that, I understand why he's so trusting in John. There was a moment where he was the top guy. But right now, I I'm not saying like there's anything wrong with John Moxley. It's just how he's being presented and whatever they're doing and whatever their weird goal is. I don't know. And and one of the things, maybe he just needs to be by himself and not have this weird NWO like click thing going on. I don't know.
Moxley, in my opinion, and I could be completely wrong, Moxley doesn't need a group. He's over.
Right.
You only need a over if you're not. You only need a group if you're not working. Hogan needed a group because he wasn't working in WCW. Like the Hulk
And
Hogan
that's another thing.
character
We
wasn't
got like
clicking.
four guys together who would be good in matches with each other.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Mox and Pac, Mox and Claudia, like these is these are,
Wheeler
good
Yuta,
matches we got going on.
Wheeler Yuta can't wrestle any of them because they'll squash him in a match. They would squash him. Then we have Shafir for just there holding the briefcase as I stated earlier, and that doesn't make sense to me.
She
Uh,
agrees with Moxley that y'all don't deserve to we don't deserve to see the belt.
she needs to play with her husband. He's over here just screaming people's name. Adam, play with him. Play with him. Play with him. Be part of the undisputed kingdom. But I don't think I'm gonna say this, and this is how I feel. I feel like there should be top guys. Moxley's a top guy. I would never say he's not. The AEW heavyweight champion when Kenny came back should have been Ospreay. We need Ospreay versus Kenny.
Oh yeah.
We need that's Ospreay is your biggest baby face. Ospreay's the most over guy. Ospreay is Ospreay's your Cody. Ospreay's the closest thing you're gonna get to Cody Rhodes for AEW. For the AEW fans. Granted, when they had Cody, they didn't like Cody.
Yeah, but you know what? I think they did. I think they just wanted him to be heel.
That's
They
true.
wanted Bullet Club Cody, which for me, I wanted Bullet Club all of them. That was the only reason why I cared about them having a company.
Yeah, I thought it
I
was gonna be that way.
Yeah, I wanted Bullet Club. I wanted the elite. It's all elite wrestling. I wanted the
The
elite. I
elite.
wanted uh, and what I got was it was nothing of that. And Kenny already from the jump seemed a little bit off.
Yeah.
The Bucks was all over the place. Cody is now no longer, elite Cody. He is running around pretending he is John Cena.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's not challenging for the main title.
Nope.
So he
He's
is the king of the mid card.
he's not even prime Cena. He's U.S. Open Challenge Cena.
Yes. And so he is like it's like the Triple H run on Raw, but Cody with the TNT belt.
Yes.
And while people are booing this man, him still going on the mic talking about how he's gonna take on anybody, and it didn't it made no sense.
They're screaming, "We hate you," and you're saying, "I'm here to defend these people and AEW."
Meanwhile, he's got a team of people where it's like, where did all this come from?
Mm. And the team
The
grew
Nightmare
for
Family,
they
like,
grew because it's Ern Solo, QT Marshall. Well, he was still Marshall then. Before he got Marshall, but then QT Marshall. Then we had Arn Anderson, Glock
sometimes
Anderson,
DDP.
DDP, the dog,
The
Pharaoh would
dog-
show up. Don't can't forget Pharaoh now. You got Pharaoh, and then Brandy, his black bitch, had to show up one time to show that she was black and she was there, and she's about that
oh
life.
god.
She's down for her man. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, bro, you are a heel. Like, you have an entourage. Like, you're the president of the United States. And at the time, the president was the president that will be in a few hours, Donald Trump, and he's a
Yeah, yeah.
heel. We all know he's a heel. Good God, he's a heel. He's not a baby face. He's a baby face to some people, but not to the AEW fans. He's not a baby face.
Yeah.
That's the most liberal crew ever. Now granted, I don't hate on AEW to the point that our good friend Shaw does, to the point with the strange stuff.
Yeah,
uh
yeah.
but AEW was very liberal, and then you have Cody coming out here who's very not liberal, even though he'll say some liberal stuff. I have a black wife. Okay, like, I don't know what to say. My mama's Puerto Rican. Okay, you look like none of
Which
that.
it is she like I know she's like I think she's Cuban or something.
Yeah.
But I've heard talk, and I mean, that's not I don't know the lady, but is she like, is she one of those things where like she's like, second, third generation, like,
No,
or
well, okay. So my neighbor, he is as well. He's same. He's Puerto Rican. Can't tell. I mean, he's Cuban. He's from Cuba, but you can't tell. He looks like a white man. Me,
right, and that's what she looks like.
and that's what she looks like as well. Like, it just looks like, okay. Well, Dusty made it with a white woman and made a white baby.
And maybe she's been in Georgia for a minute because she sounds southern like
She
anybody else from
sounds
there.
she sounds like her and Cody go have biscuits together in the morning.
Yeah, that's
And that's fine. But
and I don't care, but I
yeah,
just thought it was funny when I seen him on that poster for Latin
Latin
Heritage.
American,
But I was like,
him,
what?
him and Bobby Lashley threw me. I'm like,
Yeah.
Bobby, I'm Dominican. Okay, bro. You're Dominican. Okay. But you also on African American Heritage Month, because when we talk about the 3 black heavyweight champions, you're there. You don't
Yeah.
even talk about The Rock anymore.
Which
Um,
Rock did, and this was one of the first times his he speaks on his black heritage. Well, I mean he does, but not as much as he does about his Samoan side. But he had commented about when they had left him. I think he had felt left out when they was talking about black champions.
yeah, and he wasn't. They didn't put his name on there, and
Yeah, so
considering that he was before all 3 of them.
yeah. But I also noticed he and he ain't the only one, but he's one of the people that he bought something that Vince told him. He said in the documentary. He said, I told Vince, he's like, hey, I'm the first black champion. And he's like, yeah, but I don't see black, I see green or something like that. And
money, maybe money.
yeah, so
It took away from what it could have meant because he was the first black WWE
and
heavyweight champion.
it was never it was never mentioned.
But I feel that they don't give Ron Simmons the credit because since they given Ric Flair 16 heavyweight championships when he only won 2 from WWE.
So in later years they play the clips on WWE TV during Black History Month and stuff like that. But when he came in, I'm trying to think, was it JR? Was it Jerry Lawler that was on commentary?
It was JR and Jerry Lawler. They were their iconic group.
And I know Vince was still on commentary at the time.
Yeah.
And I remember it was one of them. They go, is that Ron Simmons?
That's what JR said.
And Vince is just like, I don't know, but he's a big guy. So he like from there they didn't really acknowledge where he came from and nothing like that. Which that was a big thing back then. Yeah. So I mean, it's not but like they just. And then instantly he became Farouk. So his whole history was,
he was
erased.
Farouk with Sonny, which didn't make sense.
No,
at the beginning, Farouk with Sonny, and then he became.
And then when they had Nation of Domination, they had 2 white rappers.
Yeah. Hey! I love me some PG-13. Memphis Boys, the Memphis Boys.
I wasn't mad at it. It just it didn't.
Farouk is the master. Hit your knees and start praying. I get it though. But remember, the first Nation of Domination wasn't all black people. We had Crush.
No, they had Crush in it.
Crush was in there. Savio
but it quickly
Vega
went to the race thing. Well, but Savio's black, ain't he?
Savio's Puerto Rican.
He's a black Puerto Rican though.
He's Black Rican, yes, but that's if we put Zelina Vega in the Nation of Domination, that'd be like, nah.
I mean, Carlito's Puerto Rican, and he was the only person wearing the Black History shirt on the WWE one that they spent 5 minutes making.
That is sad. And that shirt was trash. They made the most, but all their hair shirts, just to be honest, are trash. Because they do the same thing. Let's just put the colors of whatever's going on.
And put that WWE logo right there in the middle. There we go.
Yeah, that's it. They put the colors around it. Yep. Now we have y'all use the same shirt from the Heritage, but just put the gay colors so the gay people can be happy. Now we're gonna do it. Yep. Latino, same thing. Same. Nobody gonna feel special, but they all gonna be happy, and that's what they did. That's the reason the New Day was like, "Fuck it, this shirt's ugly. We ain't wearing."
Yeah.
And they just probably said we'll have Big E talk about Black History Month because that's what he does now. Oh, Black History! Yeah, all right, bro, please stop. I feel like he's the new R-Truth. He's gonna come up as the new R-Truth as a clown. You broke your neck. You are a new court gesture when R-Truth retires.
Oh God.
And he's just gonna come up and he's gonna be like, oh, and he's gonna dance. And he's gonna go back and sit down and talk about I love you, Phil Brooks, and give Phil a hug because Phil's amazing. And they were friends and joke around with Big D and Big E with him and Drew McIntyre. Like that's all he's gonna do. I hope.
But it's funny. Everybody at the time was, shitting on Punk, and Big E was one of the ones that had nothing but something nice to say about it.
Of course. I mean, why would he? You got to think he spent time with his wife. He hit her in the face, in the chest.
But he also was tagging with another guy that hated Punk, Dolph Ziggler.
Nick Nemeth.
Which I don't understand their beef. I don't
think Nick just has. I think them Nemeth boys just have beef. They just hate Punk. Did you
I
hear
know.
about Ryan hating Punk as well?
Yeah, I didn't even get that either. It was just like, yeah, he didn't want me at the show, and it was. But I think it was because actually, I think it's because he's cool with the Bucks.
Yeah, but I
But I
mean,
guess he couldn't be that cool because they kicked him out.
you say you ain't all elite now. You TNA. But so let's talk about the power of the EVPs. I don't think they have any in real
And
life.
the rumor was even when Cody was there that they got stripped of their power.
Yeah, Tony
So I
wants it.
guess they couldn't. I guess they couldn't prevent them. Him
I
getting
think
fired.
at the end of the day, Tony wants his power. Tony wants what he wants, which I think is
But
bad.
in the beginning, I don't think they was meant to give him much power. Like, I personally seen him as a mark with money that was gonna buy
That
in
was
the
him.
idea.
That was him, and that's what they wanted him to be. I think. I think this is what Cody wanted from AEW. Cody was going to be Dusty for what Dusty was for WCW. Dusty was a
Oh
booker
yeah,
and a wrestler. Booker first, wrestler second, but a booker and a wrestler. That was Cody's thing. I can be just like Dad here.
yeah.
Okay, that's fine. That's cool. We can all be like our dad. My dad was. I don't think that's what Kenny wanted. Like Kenny probably, but
And and it was very clear because when Cody would talk about what he wanted, he was like, "Yeah, I wanted a very sports like program. We're gonna have wins and losses no matter, blah blah blah." The Bucks was like was pretty much what they was describing was a PWG type deal,
yeah,
and Kenny just seemed like he was ready to leave New Japan,
I think Kenny was just. I want new environment.
even though he now keeps going back. But whatever.
It
At the
wasn't
time,
as
he was ready to leave.
I want to wrestle with more people in the stands than 300. The Tokyo Dome wasn't sold out, but the Tokyo Dome had enough people. It had more than enough people to fill Broadbent Arena, right?
Yeah,
But you saw that collision. It didn't.
yeah.
So I think he feels they all wrestle different when they're in Japan. Um, and the perfect example of that is watch any Okada match from the time he's been in AEW.
And I brought that up, and in an earlier podcast where it's like Okada, the matches ain't they don't feel like they did in New Japan. And I'm not trying to shit on them or anything. It's just like it just even just like the way he does moves or his strikes. Like, not saying I want him to go super stiff, but like now they look weak. Like they just like he just something is clearly off.
Oh, I agree. I believe that Okada does not care. Um, I think he's like, I'm going to get this $3 million at the end of this. I'm fine, bro. I'm living off the fact that I'm Okada, and these
He was
people,
ready to leave Japan too.
yeah,
So
and I can say bitch, and then throw up the middle finger, and I'm over. I don't have to cut a promo. All I have to say is bitch. Who are you, bitch? That's the whole thing.
so yeah, I guess he's having fun.
So he's having fun, but his matches are trash. The best match that he had was that match with Osprey, and it was trash compared to his matches with Osprey in the past.
Yeah.
He's moving very slow. He doesn't look like he goes to the gym. Diets, like he's
No,
over
he
here.
doesn't. And
He looks.
in New Japan, he looked like $1,000,000. So I
Yeah,
don't.
it looks like I don't know if I'm pretty sure you've seen the clips. He doesn't even dye his hair the same anymore. Like his hair was always dyed and crisp, like fresh salon look.
Yeah,
Look
yeah.
like he's like, you gonna get your edges done? No, bitch. They don't care. Like that's what he looked like he's gonna say, and just do what he wants to do. And I'm like, man, no, bro. Like, I know you don't look at these people as on your level as wrestling fans. You look at Tony. He's not Inoki. His name is Tony, but he's not Antonio Inoki.
Right,
You
right.
know, he's not even Naito. I know Naito's the president now, but he's you don't look at him on the level as those guys, and you shouldn't. You know, they're legends. But Tony is paying you to do a job, and you don't even have to do a job in the wrestling sense. You just come to work and you make money. You work once a week. You do a
Yeah.
15 minute match. You don't have to put anyone over because you won the Continental Classic. I don't know why. Just so they can say that you're better than Masahiro Chono, which is a damn lie.
I guess to set up him and Kenny,
So he can have a lackluster match with Kenny?
I guess.
Because Kenny killed it. Kenny killed it this past weekend.
And maybe Kenny bring something out of him.
Ospreay didn't.
Yeah. So yeah, it gives me let's the hope. Yeah, that's losing my belief that Kenny can change that. I don't know. Because I don't know what is needed for him. Because it's just like it's not hitting the same. And he doesn't seem like he cares, like you said. Like he's in there smiling and laughing, so he's having a good time.
He's having fun, which I believe everyone should have fun at your job. And if it's your dream job, which obviously he's been wrestling for this many years, it's his dream job.
Yeah.
And he's rich. He's rich. You can't tell him he's not. And I'm happy for him for that. But I don't think he cares. I think this is his last contract. I don't think he's going to renew a contract in AEW. Once his 3 is done, he's going to Japan and he's done. He can be a commentator for New Japan for the rest of his life and have enough money that Tony's giving him. And I'm pretty sure he has some other things that he's going on. He's good enough. I don't even know if Tony's going to give him the AEW title. I'm pretty sure if he says, bitch, I want it, he'll have it after Jon Moxley's run is over. I heard that the Jon Moxley run is to get Darby over as champ.
I don't want that, but
I'm going to go on the limb, and I think the AEW championship needs to be given to Will Ospreay because he's over.
Yeah.
With enough people.
I will say that World's End pay-per-view ending felt very WCW-ish.
Yes, oh my God.
All I needed was Darby after they drove off to yell out Goldberg or something. When they destroyed Sid's car.
I do remember Goldberg, and he's just on top of the flattened car with his arms up, screaming. It was World's End. I was thinking about joining that DraftKings pool on World's End, and because I was like, and then when I watched the match, I said, "Damn, I should have," because I called everything. Who's gonna win hit their finisher first? It's gonna be Orange Cassidy because he's the least likely the one to win. And it was like, yeah, I got all those right. Damn, I should have just put my money in the hat and came out because it was so predictable. I know in the chat when we talked about it, when I posted that was the main event. No, I think you posted that was, and I was like, I gave it a downvote because I was like, this is gonna suck. And the reason I think it's going to suck, why can't it be a singular person trying to stop Jon Moxley? Why does it have to be 4 people?
Well, I guess because everybody's got their own incentive. Everybody's, Christian's got his. Where is he at, by the way?
Christian shows up randomly, but he's feuding with Hook at the same time, so it doesn't matter,
And Jay White's got it. He was, but now what did he just win?
He won something. I forget. But I'm pretty sure he wants the AEW title.
Yeah, he wants the AEW title, and then but yeah, he got involved, Christian, and then Darby almost killed himself trying to crash them to get his shot at it. So I don't know.
Darby doesn't make sense. Like I said, Darby's going to die on national television. But so is Ric Flair. But
He
one
don't
I'm
die on
gonna
national television. He's gonna die trying to, and I'm not trying to speak ill of him. Trying to climb
not ever.
uh, Mount Everest right before, like, I think All In. Like,
Hmm.
why as a why isn't nobody in
Why?
the back saying you can't do this?
Who's gonna tell him?
You
Uh,
can't do Mount Everest and All In this. Whatever,
who's
man.
who's gonna tell him? There's things he should do in the ring that Tony should be like, I'm not clearing that.
Yeah, the coffin drop on the apron was.
The the glass spot with Jeff Hardy
Yeah,
made
yeah.
no damn sense. No, there wasn't with Jeff Hardy. It was the Bucks, and Sting. That made no sense. I don't know if you remember, but they got sued.
No, I didn't know that.
They got sued. So when he threw one of the Jacksons, I forgot which one, but when they went through the glass in the corner,
Hmm.
the glass went into the audience.
Ah.
One of the people got cut. Like they got cut.
Mm.
And then they had to have the little thing on AEW, like if you sit in the front row, you might get hurt. Well, who's going to sit in the front row and say that's okay? you know, so you have to sign a waiver where you're not going to sue us if you get hurt, if you get cut by glass or hit with a bottle or a bat. If you get a concussion, if you die, it's your fault.
Man, I get hard enough to get people in here. Now y'all
Now you know
y'all
saying
hurt me.
you got to write it. You got to type his NDA. You got to sign an NDA because we ain't trying to die. You got to sign a
Oh
waiver.
God.
So why would I sign a waiver to go see a show where there's only going to be about 500 people in a thousand person building? Half. That doesn't make sense to me. I think AEW has like great potential, and there's so many people that could be placed differently. Um, the Continental Classic, please get rid of that. Get rid of that belt. It's trash. You have a mid card belt. It's called the TNT title.
Yeah.
You know, and no one thinks about it because no one thinks about Daniel Garcia. Uh, and now there's Daniel Garcia wrestling. Mark Briscoe. Mark Briscoe could be a top guy if you push him. Like
Yeah.
not, like a Mick Foley. He can be the modern day Mick Foley. In my eyes, I think he could be the modern day Mick Foley. Not John
Briscoe.
Moxley. Yeah. Not John Moxley, because his craziness is just he might be bleeding. That's it. But he doesn't do like dives and stuff. That's Briscoe. Briscoe would do some crazy dive like Mick would. Um, like I said, their Cody Rhodes is Osprey. Osprey's foil is Ricochet. Their Randy Orton right now should be Ricochet. Trevor. Um, their other top guy, their top real black guy is Swerve. Swerve's over.
Oh
You
yeah.
can't say Swerve's not over. Um, at first I was like, oh, he's over because Nana dances, but you don't need Nana to dance anymore.
No,
It's,
no.
it's just part of it. But Swerve's over. There's so many guys. The guy I feel like they just misuse so much is the Murder Hawk Monster. Dear God, what do you do with him? Like he's a big dude, bro. Lance
Yeah.
Archer is huge,
No,
and
he is.
and he can wrestle. He can go. The blackout finisher is over. Like no one kicks out of it, and it looks devastating. Why is he not pushed?
That I don't know. Um, but I think Lance Archer, just like Hobbs and Brian Cage, uh, they they just some big guys is there, and there's no clear plan for them.
And there should be like Lance
Just
Archer,
like what's his name that's with the Learning Tree.
Big Bill.
Yeah, like they there, but I don't think there's no there's no plan for them to do any like main event stuff or nothing. They just like we'll fit you in the card somewhere, but there's no serious plan for him. I don't think.
Bill needs to go back to the E. Go pick up Zoe. They need to go back. Um,
I think that's like virtually impossible.
because of the way he, and I'm talking about real one Enzo, the way he's conducted himself.
Like he's conducting himself, and then Cash for because who do you used to date? Carmella?
Yeah,
I don't know. I think they as long as her and Corey Graves is over there, I don't think they're gonna want him around.
they don't need to be on the same show.
No, they don't.
You
But I
know
just
that.
feel like Corey Graves may have a little more stroke over there to be like, I don't want him. I don't want him in the same company as me. Or
I mean, you know, if she goes back to Big Cass and leave you and the baby, hey, that means you wasn't
oh,
good enough for
I
him.
don't think she want anything to do
I don't
with
think
him.
she won't care. Cass married anyway. You know, Cass just got married a few weeks ago. He don't want nothing to do with him. But I think career wise, I think he needs Zoe.
Oh, he does, and I don't know what's stopping AEW from signing him.
So doesn't either, as he stated many times. But he said, I don't know. Tony ain't never talked to me. Tony doesn't
Or
want to
maybe he
talk to.
should reach out to him instead of. I don't know.
I mean, I think he
I
feels
know
like
Ring of Honor brought them, and it was
him
a
and
huge
Cass.
negative. It was a huge negative feedback off that.
But he feels it was a positive, which he stated because he was at that show where they sold out Madison Square Garden, and he feels like him and Cass were a positive. And I was like, well, obviously they feel that Bill was a positive because they brought him in, um, and he's with Jericho, which is a guy that obviously has major stroke in AEW.
Yeah,
But I don't see you. I think they look at you as the cancer and the bad influence on him.
which I don't even agree with.
I don't. I think he was Big Bill was one of the more outspoken MAGA guys early
And he's the
in
one. He's the one that
NXT.
got in a fight with Joey Janela, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Enzo wasn't even there for that.
No, he wasn't there. He wasn't there. So I feel like Zoe might more or less be the peacekeeper between him and the boys,
Yeah,
because obviously Zoe can't say he's super liberal considering the way Zoe lives his life. So he's obviously probably the more the one that can talk to everybody, like weave in and out of every conversation with everyone.
yeah,
He's obviously and physically no, he's not the one that's the wrestler of the group, but he is the one that's the talker of the group. He is the mouthpiece. Um, Not that Bill hasn't grown since then. I'm not gonna say Bill hasn't grown.
yeah,
Uh, Jericho has helped him with that. And just being in TNA, I think honestly, I think he should have stayed in TNA. Another person's I think it should have stayed in TNA for a star purpose, utility wise, uh, not money wise, because I'm pretty sure they're making more money than they ever
oh
would.
yeah, definitely.
But star wise, I think he should have probably stayed down in TNA. But I think Enzo is going to get a bad rap because Cass knows how to shut up. Enzo
Yeah,
doesn't know how to stop talking.
but I think so much time has gone. They're like, let's get a chance to just see if he's grown, if he's matured.
We giving Tessa Blanchard a chance, people. It's time to give
Yeah,
Enzo a chance.
give him a chance.
Well,
Tesla's back.
we'll see. But I mean Tessa's back because they're losing Jordan. And that's what I feel.
Yeah,
And when Jordan puts her over and Jordan leaves and we see Jordan, we hear those sirens ring on February 1st in that Women's
yeah.
Royal Rumble, which I feel that women's Royal Rumble should be stacked. I want to see Jordan. I want to see Oscar. Want to see some hardcore country. They ain't got really
I
30.
can see, I can see that. I can see that coming.
Obviously Becky's gonna be there. Alexa Bliss will be back, hopefully. But you know, always shooting for Mandy Rose, but that's just me personally. No, that's not
It'd
gonna
be
happen.
cool for her to come back. Even if it's just a one-off, it'd be cool.
Yeah, and of course we'll have to have what we mentioned the other day, our mandatory Michelle McCool,
Oh yeah.
Royal Rumble. Not enough for me. You know, booked like she's fucking the Road Warrior from '88, and then thrown out of the ring because
And
we
like you
know
said, no pop as she comes in and eliminates 10 people.
Mrs. Undertaker without the pop from as the Undertaker.
She comes in, dominates the match. No one cares, no one knows who she is,
Like it's the diva area. Like it's the diva era again.
and then she might even end up being like in the last four. Like it's just
Yes.
nonsense.
Oh my God, she gets so over pushed. It's like Jesus, good God Almighty! Like this, like Eve Torres is our only challenger again. No, Eve didn't come back. Eve knows better. You know.
So yeah, I look forward to that, I guess.
I mean, it'll be there. Hopefully, Melina. That's my favorite. I love me Melina. Used to watch Melina down at the at the old Six Flags all the time.
Oh,
Love me some Melina. John Morrison and Batista, you bastards.
I'm a big Morrison fan, and so I blame her for a lot of his a lot of his L's.
well, what's your excuse now? Because he's in AEW and he's doing nothing.
I don't know what he's happy with his
He,
wife.
Tyra Valkyrie doesn't seem like she's that type of human being to cause any kind of havoc in anybody's life.
Yeah, like they seem happy together. I don't know. I guess it could be, maybe he's a little older now. Because I know he don't move as fast as he did. I don't, but still, I still think he's got some gas in the tank. I don't know why they don't, you
They
know.
should push him. I would love to see Johnny TV get a major role. And I know Ring of Honor probably is where he's destined to be in that company, but that's fine. He can at least be a Ring of Honor champion instead of freaking Jericho just having the belt for no reason. I mean, I knew that Matt wasn't going to beat him because Matt's not a signed talent with anyone. Matt's not signed. Matt's not probably going to ever
There's
sign.
rumor that he's supposed to be that he could be signing with them. Even though his heart's with going back to WWE.
I don't think he's going to sign with them. I think he'll do a short term contract with TNA, um, because I feel the same thing like I told you with Nick. Nick went to TNA because he can do a short term contract with her and stay there as long as he can, and he can get back home in WWE when he's done, and he can be a booker or road agent in the WWE like Abyss and Petey Williams and all the other TNA guys.
Yeah. I
But
know Cody once said he had this is when he had, was in the middle of his indie run. He said he had a friend that was supposed to leave WWE with him but didn't. And I'm thinking I'm thinking it was Matt Cardona.
oh, probably. I'm pretty sure Matt. Why would Matt want to leave? Matt was getting done dirty, but his dream was to be a WWE superstar his whole life.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, Cody's dream was to be his daddy,
As
and
we see more, it's more and more clear that is dream now.
yeah. So, I mean, I want to be my dad. I want to be a WWE superstar. They're not the same thing. Your dad was an NWA superstar, and he wore polka dots in the WWE.
But he's coming to fix all that and make up for that.
Because now he has adrenaline in his soul, so I'm happy for him.
Even though he holds the WWE title just like the NWA belt.
Yes, he does. I mean, I don't. I feel like he's. I feel like he's trying to be a mixture of Ric Flair and Dusty Rhodes.
Yeah.
Ric Flair has a child who has been a multi-time women's champion. He doesn't need you to do it. We've gotten enough Ric Flair in the world. Charlotte Flair is enough Ric Flair. She looks like Rick. Enough.
She does.
She woos like Rick.
Is Cody supposed to be a Raw?
Yes, he's gonna be a Raw.
Okay. All right.
That's the reason I'm holding out for The Rock to do with him, but I don't think it's going to happen because, I mean, he has more than enough to do with going on with what's going on with Kevin. Kevin is crazy, with the belt, the Winged Eagle, which I know you.
I am super excited that the Winged Eagle at the least is going to be at the Royal Rumble hanging up. That's. So I'm hoping it stays.
I mean,
and that's crazy. Like, we get to see the Winged Eagle in a ladder match. Like, this is.
That is nuts. That is definitely what was not on my scorecard for this year. But I'm happy to see it. It's crazy to see the Winged Eagle be put in that type of precarious position. Number one, being lifted above the ring. But as I know, they have multiple belts. They have a TV belt and they have the house show belt that they talk about. So I'm pretty sure they have a house show belt, probably one of the replicas for the Winged Eagle. And then, of course, the new custom Winged Eagle. I wonder I think Conrad has the original because he has all the original.
How is he getting these original belts?
I don't know. Conrad Thompson is the man. He knows people. I guess when you Ric Flair is your godfather, is your father-in-law, you can pull some strings, man.
You think these would be in the WWE vault, but no, the realtor's house.
That's crazy. My realtor can go buy a house. Want to look at my belt collection? Well, yeah. Jesus. You also need to leave your father-in-law in the basement as well with these belts. The safest place he can be.
I don't get it, but he's got them, and I'm happy for him.
I mean, I think we all would want him if we had a chance.
Yeah, definitely.
We'd all want him. He got all these belts. I heard but he doesn't have the Hogan one, the fake big gold in Hollywood.
Okay, but you said Hogan has that at the.
Hogan has that at the beach show.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to. I mean, I don't think he has enough money to buy from Hogan. Hogan has enough money from the lawsuit. He's straight. Lawsuit, the bear, being part of the Trump administration, he's probably going to get something. Who knows? We'll see in a few weeks.
He's going to get a job in the administration.
Mm-hmm. You know something, brother? We're here, dude. He's going to be the campaign manager. First of all, he's going to be like, we got to get the rights back to the original version of Real American, brother. Because they ain't going to let me play it no more. No, they're not going to let you play
it. He's going to try to make that the national anthem.
First of all, we're going to have Real American as a national anthem, brother. What's going to be the Pledge of Allegiance? I want to say my prayers, take my vitamins. No. We're already a monkey country as it is. We get laughed at everywhere. No one can take us serious then. How did your conferences go? Well, there's usually an old man ripping his shirt off. Then there's a man with a bad hairdo talking about how we're gonna kill these people eating dogs and cats. It never goes too pretty good. Never goes good, man. Never goes good. Looks like something you might see on like SNL, but it's not. It's
No, not at
CNN.
all. It
You
looks just like, and that's horrible.
you know, so you never know. You never know. But we have been on here for 3 hours.
Oh wow.
So let's wrap this up, brother. Raw on Netflix. It's coming. It's here in a few hours because it's like 2 in the morning. So in a few hours, we're gonna see probably the greatest wrestling on just free TV, true free
Yeah, yeah.
TV. Other than subscription, but it's a greatest Raw we've ever seen on paper. I'm excited about it. Um, Go Rocky Go, or the direction the Rock's going to be in, where what Cody does if he's going to take another hit in the neck. Seth Rollins versus Punk main event. I'm happy that Punk is getting a main event over Roman Reigns, but that lets me know that Roman's probably going to open the show.
Yeah, Roman and Solo should open the show.
So I think that's gonna be intense. Tribal combat opening the show, but I'm pretty sure that Punk and Seth is probably going to start in a brawl in the first place, and we're probably going to have a rummage before the match even starts.
Yeah, I can see that.
So, like I said, I'm excited about everything. Rhea, I hope Rhea defeats Liv, and Liv and Dominic can break up. Then Liv and Raquel can beat Naomi and Jay. Naomi and Bianca. Jay can come back and she can get her revenge on Naomi for taking her out. That's
Yeah,
just
I'm a big Naomi fan, but I watched that promo video she did, and she was way too happy for me. And maybe I was wrong, and we need to see heel Naomi. Maybe we need that.
I think we just need something different from her. Um,
And I think that's the only way we're gonna get it is to do that heel. I think she's dedicated to that glow gimmick, and I get it. I like it, but it's time to wrap it up. And so maybe we need a mean streak of Naomi to get something different.
get rid of
Cause
the
she ain't
colorful.
she ain't getting rid of that glow gimmick, and she's not unless we change everything about the character, and that's what we're gonna have to do.
Exactly, exactly. But I think we should have known she wasn't going to get rid of the glow gimmick when she used her real name and she was still Naomi. you know,
Yeah, yeah.
Eh, it
But it
was it
worked over
was.
there though. And she was treated like she was treated with a lot of respect over at TNA, and
Oh
so
wow.
I got you excited about her coming to WWE, and then it was kind of the same old, same old.
I agree. Just because but that was because she was a big fish in a small pond.
Yeah,
Um, she was wrestling Deanna, which Deanna's an amazing wrestler. It's the way they do her at AEW is so disheartening. Um, I don't know if you watched this past weekend collision match with her and Tony Storm. Um, Great match, obviously because they're best friends in real life, but great
yeah. They
match.
they got the matching tattoos, right?
hmm Great match. But obviously, it was a roll up pin because that's her new finisher
Yeah, I've noticed that's her thing.
because she forgot how to wrestle. 'Cause she's a rookie. Um, but back to Naomi. She was a big fish in a small pond. She had a match with Sonny Kiss because that was Sonny Kiss's dream to wrestle Naomi because he always wanted to wrestle Naomi. Uh,
Which,
but
off topic,
mhm.
Sunny Kiss has his breast now. I
Oh,
don't.
I have not seen him or her.
Yeah, that
Really?
um, I'm not saying the judgment. I seen it online. I was like, what the hell is this? I don't know.
Well, you go, Sonny. You get those nipples sucked on. All those things that you need.
Wonder when
Get
they get that surgery, do you get a sensation from that, or I don't know.
Well, I don't. I'm not sure if it's surgery. It could be hormones. You can get breast from hormones.
Ah, yeah. You're right about that.
So I think Sonny might be taking the hormones because Sonny's husband wants a more feminine touch.
Hey, as long as everybody's happy.
That's how I look at it as well.
Yeah.
But I think with back to Naomi, that she was that she was a big fish in a small pond. She had great matches with everybody, and she brought up the roster because she had been she had the experience. I don't think Jordan would have went to WWE if Naomi wouldn't have been like, "Hey, I think this is for you." Um,
Yeah, I definitely think that. And not only she was having great matches, I feel like they were some of her best matches.
yes, I feel like she had something to prove.
Yeah.
Um, the same as when Mercedes came back, but it didn't hit the
And
same.
that's what I expected from Mercedes. I expected her to go out in the Indies with something to prove. Like y'all said I wasn't worth this, let me show you. And I felt like she was on that path when she went to New Japan. Um, Even as far as the throwing that extra move, which she should get rid of, but it just showing she was working to show y'all like, I this is what I'm capable of. She got hurt, she comes back to AEW, and then it just slowly starts morphing into some sort of character that she would have had in a WWE, and it's not clicking. She's putting on bangers though. She is doing that. But the the promo I watched hers last Wednesday. Why are we here?
Oh, with the blue dress on, just dancing.
Yeah.
When she, I mean, she had a great match with Mina Sakura. Um, I saw the meme where people were like, "Well, Mina just got a call from Shawn Michaels." Uh, Mina be on NXT in 3 weeks, wrestling Julia. You know, and I don't see that happening. Mina, I think AEW has some kind of contract for Mina. They should. Um, if they don't, they're slow. But she has been pretty much the same when she came over to AEW. She's been Sasha Banks
Yeah,
with another name. I thought she was originally was going to be more humble
I did
because
too.
she seems Mercedes Renato seems humble when she talks about professional wrestling and very grateful for professional wrestling in her life. I thought she was going to pull more from that person, that part of her character. But I feel like just see the boss, just
And
named the
maybe,
CEO.
maybe like you said, Tony liked NXT, and so he wanted more of that.
I think if he could get Bailey, he would,
Oh God, he's a hugger, of course.
and he would hug. She's not in real life. You know, I think he had a hugger. That was Kylie Ray. That was the real person. That's who she is. She likes to hug. Jericho took advantage of her. Then she had to
And
leave.
I'm sure he was heartbroken, but at the same time, as much as he's a hugger, Jericho is still higher on his totem pole. And I mean, Jericho's the guy he put the belt on first. Jericho's this guy. And this is before everybody turned on Jericho, so he definitely was riding with Jericho.
I think he put Jericho because Jericho was a main name, but he should have used John Moxley because that's not a main name, but that's a main guy.
Yeah,
Um, you know, he can't be Dean Ambrose, but John Moxley's better than Cope. So who doesn't need a title, but I'm pretty sure he'll be the AEW champion before he retires as well. Um, you know, when it comes to Jericho and Kylie Ray, I feel like Jericho's done this before. This isn't new. I feel
yeah.
like eventually we'll hear more stuff coming out about Jericho.
I mean, there was always the rumors about him and Kelly, but nothing. I guess nothing like forced or nothing, but
No.
um, I would like to say he, hasn't done nothing crazy like this or a lot of it, but also believe that Jericho gets drunk and turns into something else. We seen that just from the crazy tweets he'll do when he get drunk. So
We
um,
can ask MVP.
he didn't want no part to MVP.
Not at
Then
all.
he tried to do the whole, oh, well, I don't talk to mid carders. Like you were scared because he was gonna beat the brakes off of you, and you knew he was.
Oh, he knew it. He knew it. I mean, you can say I don't talk to mid carders. Can you say that to Bobby Lashley now? No.
And this is the same guy that said, I don't like y'all calling people jobbers. Y'all don't know what a jobber is, and then when you get in serious issue with some guy, you want to call him a mid carder.
You use the same terminology, worse
Yeah.
terminology. Jobber to mid carder, man. Mid carder means you just hired, but nobody ever wants to see you. You know,
Nobody uses that. I feel like nobody uses that phrase correctly anymore. Like they say it in interchangeably with the word jobber.
yeah,
Like,
that's true. I mean, they used that term recently with they called Baron Carbon a jobber, and he was like, well, I didn't job because, and I was like, he wasn't a jobber.
no.
At all. He defeated Kurt Angle. He retired Kurt Angle at WrestleMania. That
Yeah.
made he was the last person to beat Roman Reigns before he became the tribal chief.
Mm.
So Roman Reigns
He's king of the
was
ring. He's had a lot of,
he was a wrestler that everybody wanted their spot, but they didn't want the booking. If that makes sense,
yeah.
because he never was a champion. He never was the main focus of the story, but he had a lot of main
He
events.
was close to it. He had that money in the bank. And
He had a failed cash in.
yeah.
But we can talk about Money in the Bank. Let's talk about Otis.
I don't think there was ever a serious plan for him to.
Cash in.
I don't. Yeah, I don't. I think Vince was high on Otis for a minute and thought it'd be funny to have him.
I believe that. I think I think Vince loves the Mandy and Otis deal. Like that was
Yeah,
hot. Even they said it was hot. Like Mandy and Otis enjoyed the Mandy and Otis uh, angle, and it was hot. But Otis has been hot twice, and they just let him be hot.
yeah,
They didn't do anything with him. He was hot with Gable. People want to see Otis succeed. They want to. I think people want to see Otis get a title run, not a heavyweight title run, not a main title run,
right,
but an
right.
IC title run with Otis. Hell, a tag team title run other than like 3 weeks, they would have been happy. People want to see Otis get something.
Yeah, they do.
I feel like they just don't want to pull the trigger. You don't have to bury Braun Breaker for Otis to be Intercontinental Champion. You let Braun
I don't
Breaker
even know the reason
lose.
why they had Brian Breaker lose to Jay just to get it back a couple weeks later.
Just so they can introduce the new Intercontinental title with the blue on it. I think
Yeah,
that's the reason they did that. But
wouldn't this look
Braun,
cool with Jay Uso?
and it does look cool coming through the audience with Yeet and all the people being excited because Jay has the best entrance in wrestling right now. You can't tell me anything other than that.
Oh yeah,
You know, another guy who doesn't need pyro, he just needs Yeet. And the remix of the Usos theme song.
yeah.
But I think
Which I'm
definitely,
sure they're gonna make that look really hype on Netflix tonight.
that's gonna look crazy tonight.
Yeah.
But before we get out of here, as an artist, because I know you're a musical artist, sir, what is your favorite theme in professional wrestling? Because I asked Shaw, and I figured he would have a more of a in-depth answer, but he says, "Oh, I don't give a damn about the themes in wrestling," and I was like, "Well, that's shocking because I think themes help characters." But what about you?
So right now, I would say I, right now Cody's just being there live. Everybody's
No
doing
role.
it. Yeah, it's I remember when he was here in Louisville, the same one where we was the memorial for Bray.
Yeah,
He came out twice, and like the crowd didn't lose interest in doing that.
in the wall.
And but I think of all time, I don't know. Jericho's that break the walls down is high on there. Triple H, My Time is a favorite of mine.
Okay, my time.
Yeah, that's like one of my like, favorite wrestling theme songs. Uh, since I'm a big rap fan, that NWO Wolfpack theme, as a kid, that was like, because that was like a lot. It wasn't a lot of rap back then, so
No.
it's like, so that I'm trying to think. I know there's some good ones, a lot of good ones that I'm just not thinking of right now. I like the Austin, the one with it was like the rock song.
Disturbed with the
Yes.
Disturbed Austin.
Yeah, that was that's who he got on that song.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I'm drawing a blank. I know I'm leaving out a lot of good things. Who do you got?
My favorite of all time, and it's my alarm every time I wake up in the morning, is Time to Play the Game. So
Okay.
Triple H's theme song, the NWO, the black and white theme song, that's just always resonated with me.
I thought you was gonna say the Hogan's the Voodoo Child.
No, like I like the song, but the NWO song is just cooler.
It is.
I think it's cooler. I think they're found out, like you know what that is. Like, okay. It doesn't necessarily have to be like, and I know the NWO song is chopped from like 3 songs. Like there's 3 real songs that they just meshed together.
But WCW was good for that.
Yeah, they did that. Jericho, Raven, all of those guys had
the DDP,
the Teen Spirit. That was nuts, because I was like, wow, you just ripped off Nirvana. But they owned, Ted Turner owned the music. He owned it. It was his. It was still his song, because he owned the copyrights, so he could cut it and do anything he wanted to. That's what a thing of being a rich musical, a rich mogul can do. You own crap, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Man, a song that hits for me, man, somebody's gonna get it. That 3-6 Mafia. With Mark Henry, man.
Yeah.
That hits. That's on my gym list every.
Batista's theme.
Yes, Walk Alone.
Yeah.
The Evolution theme song that hits for me.
Okay.
And then Dr. Thugonomics, John Cena, The Word Life.
Yes.
I know everybody talks about My Time Is Now. I'm like, nah, Word Life.
No,
Word
definitely
Life was better than My Time Is Now. When I think that's why when I turned on Cena, when he switched the songs, I said, oh no, I ain't with you no more.
Yeah,
the song was it for me, man.
When it was slowly when he moved to Raw, like just things started changing. Where it's like, this ain't the same Cena that I.
Yeah, you not the hood dude no more.
It is like it is like how do you? And this is I was in like it was a phase where I wasn't consistently like watching wrestling, so I was like, when did he turn into a Marine?
Mm-hmm.
And it was just like, what happened to the Chain Gang? I was
now it's C Nation and
Yeah, it was.
And
And that movie was horrible.
the movie was trash. It was so much trash that he gave it to the Miz. You know, and the Miz has made a career off of doing that
Miz
movie.
was I don't know who told him like these was gonna there was a chance that this one could get to the theaters, but he was acting like
Miz wanted that.
we might get this one back in the cinemas, y'all.
We'll get it. And he was dedicated to the Marine. Like, let's not lie. But I think the Miz love the Marine. Sheamus's theme, the written in your face, not
okay.
I think that hits hard.
Oh yeah, I like that one.
When they gave it back to him, I'm like, oh okay. Then they took it away, and I'm like, what the hell? What are you doing?
He had been teasing for a minute about them might getting it back, and then just kind of like with Jeff Hardy with his song. I forgot the
no
name
words, no more words.
Yeah.
Now Jeff Hardy, the Jeff Hardy TNA song, Another Me, when he was a heel, that is a banger to me.
I liked this is an unpopular opinion. I like the belt.
I thought it fit Jeff.
That's the only person.
But it
that's
worked
the
for
only.
him.
Yeah,
it worked for him, and nobody else. But I think if anybody was going to have an artsy belt, it's a man who just paints on himself and draws crop circles in his yard. Yes.
Although it was embarrassing for Sting to win it, but
I mean, it was embarrassing that the way Sting won it because Jeff was high. I mean, he got high before the match. He didn't do the perk angle correct. It's after. He
was so out of it that they came up there, told him what they were going to do. He still looked confused.
Mm-hmm. Huh? We're doing what? You're rolling me up? Why are you? Should I kick out? No, you don't kick. You stay. You stay down. The match is over. You lose.
Match was over. He was still looking confused, like he didn't know what was going on.
Am I Bret Hart? Did they screw me? No, you were high, man. You were supposed to go over, but you're so high. You can't go over. Sting.
Oh God.
He ruined that. I feel like they thought when they turned Jeff Hardy heel, it was going to be the reaction of Hogan turning heel.
I could see Hogan saying that, and then being so charismatic that everyone over there was starting to believe that.
Yeah.
Hogan knows what he's talking about. And then if Eric's co-signing it,
that's right.
These guys know what they're talking about. Jeff is one of the most popular guys. This is it. It was not it.
The only guy that can get that type of reaction was Cena, and that's still to this day.
Yeah.
If Cena turns heel, you'll watch wrestling. If Cena turned heel in another company, if Cena turned heel in AEW, you'd watch AEW.
I think Cena just showing up in AEW is enough to.
Oh yeah, that'd be enough.
It feels like a heel turn itself.
He'd be a heel regardless if he turned. The WWE fans and the AEW fans even would boo him because you're John Cena, boo, and then it would be you're John Cena and AEW, boo, and WWE fans are gonna pee on him anyway because like you left us, boo, for that place. The same way Edge got death threats. Like, it wasn't that bad. He's screwing himself now. His name is Cope. He picked that by choice. I feel like he should have just did Copeland, like Hancock, Copeland. Doesn't have to be Edge. Doesn't have to be one syllable.
It's too late to even be doing name changes. Just go with your regular name. But I'm not as mad at it as everybody else is.
I'm not mad at it. It's just stupid. Like, how you rated our superstar Cope?
I do feel like that's like the name of some punk CD somewhere.
It is. It's it probably is name of someone's album, Cope, and it's like I'm going to take that. I'm going to copyright that. What do you think, Beth? Yeah, honey, do what you want to do. And that's what she lets him do what he wants to do. Please never do that again, Beth Phoenix. Stop him now. That's somebody. Now she might make an appearance from what they say in AEW.
She did. She posted a picture. She's getting back in shape, which I didn't know she ever was out. But yeah,
I mean, I guess she probably lost a little mass. I don't think she's probably been lifting that heavy. But I don't. She doesn't need to be. She doesn't need to go there. She doesn't need to wrestle. Um, I mean, I guess she can, but who's she gonna wrestle? Mercedes or Chris Statlander? Yeah, or Tony Storm? You only have those choices. You wrestle anybody else, you're gonna have a botch fest.
yeah, that is true.
I mean, maybe Willow, but
Willow
sometimes
and I don't know. Beth and Willow don't sound good on paper. I don't know. Maybe.
power game.
Yeah,
As
yeah.
long as the only thing Willow seems to botch a lot is her own finishing move, and which is that pump handle power bomb. If the girl's too big, she can't really get her.
Mm.
You know, but I've seen, and of course Mercedes botches her own finisher, but that's just how she does. But I can say the one she did on Mina was the best one I've seen her hit.
Okay.
But Mina's very small.
And that's probably the only people that can, take that move really.
Well, it doesn't make sense. If she was a big girl, it would make sense. If Mercedes was the size of Willow, hitting a modified gory bomb, it makes sense. Mercedes is the size of Zelina Vega,
Yeah.
hitting a modified gory bomb on someone the size of Chris Statlander.
I don't know. I guess she tried that in training once, and she ain't been able to let go of it since.
Trying something with Amazing Red doesn't mean you should try with everybody else. That's all I have to say about that. Mercedes, I know she won greatest woman of the year in Sports Illustrated, greatest matches. But I think we all know in the end of the day, it's not all about the matches that makes great wrestling. A lot of the time, there has to be a complete package. And I truly feel that she's missing something in AEW that she had in WWE.
And hopefully she finds it. But time will tell.
I think she'll find it, but maybe she'll find it when their contract's up and she can go back home. I think it's called Pam. She's missing Pam. Mercedes needs Pam. It's called Sasha needs Bailey.
Yeah.
I don't think she has any friends like that over in AEW.
No, I don't think she does.
So,
Think her ex-husband's still making her gear?
no, I wouldn't. Would
I-
you?
No.
I mean, God, she talked about that man like he's trash, like he's nothing. That poor man. I'm free.
I didn't like that. I didn't.
I was like, if anybody needed to, blink twice, it was him, not you.
Definitely.
I feel like he was the victim. Every time I saw him in the background, she didn't acknowledge that man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I feel like it wasn't like when you see Matt Cardona with Chelsea Green, there's bliss and happiness. When you see Jimmy and Naomi,
Yeah.
when you see Montez and Bianca, Keith Lee and Michin, I mean, I can go on.
Yeah.
I can even say Charlotte and Andrade, and they've known to have issues, but they still seem like they're happy to be with each other. When they're with each other, they acknowledge one another in public. When I saw Mercedes and her husband, it seems like she was ashamed of that man.
And this is just a thought I've had, because Mercedes, she looks fine, but I do think pre-makeup and fame Mercedes looked a little bit different, and so now I feel like she has gotten to a point where the talent pool is a little bit bigger than what it was for her.
Yeah, she
You
can
know,
definitely get another man.
yeah, like it was like, pre glow up, these options weren't there.
Yes.
And so like we were at the same level before. I've went above this now.
Yeah, I definitely get that. After she got her teeth done, I felt like she was better than him. Um, eh, that after she got that Mandalorian money and she got that teeth done and she came back to the WWE and the overbite wasn't as over as it was before.
So now you're just the annoying dude who messes up my gear.
Mm-hmm. And then when he messed up that WrestleMania gear, she was like, "Oh, that's it. We done. Bro. We done. You on thin ice at the beginning. After so and so got in my DMs, and I knew I could get him, and I could leave you."
And I didn't get. She said good things, but then like, oh, he's been great to me, blah blah blah. But then she ended it with, "I'm free," and I'm just like, if he was so great, why would you feel like you was in prison? I don't.
And it wasn't that she was in prison. It was that, hey, I'm a new woman, and there's new penis looking at me, and I can put new glizzies in me that I've never had glizzies like that before. It's definitely a new thing for her. I think she's in her whole phase, as they say.
So I don't know. Maybe there is a little bit of the on-screen Mercedes that's a part of the real Mercedes.
I mean, you can't be that woman all the time unless there's a little bit of a real her in you.
Yeah.
I mean, Mercedes has stated that she was a geek and anime lover,
and he looks exactly like
that
a
type
geek.
of person.
Yeah. So now it's just like, oh, I don't have to stay in this, around these type of people anymore. There's more options.
I can just cosplay in Sailor Moon every time I do a big match, but I don't have to be there. But I mean, I feel like at the end of the day, I feel like Mercedes is Megan Thee Stallion, but not as pretty. Megan Thee Stallion is pretty and a geek at the same time. So her being a geek made her want to probably talk to the same type of people that Mercedes was attracting, but she doesn't have to because she's pretty enough to go somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? To go talk to any dude that she wants to, pretty much.
Yeah.
Like before she got famous, she has a pretty face. She has a banging body. Mercedes doesn't have a banging body. Mercedes is thin.
Yeah.
Mercedes looks like she's going to sit at the book club, and you're gonna look at her and you'll be like, "Hey guys, you like Sailor Moon too?"
And I'm sure that's where she found him at.
Probably so. And do you like wrestling? Yeah, I like wrestling. I'm a wrestler. I'm a wrestler too. We like comic books and wrestling, which I love those things too. I love anime and wrestling too. But I understand that when you get older and you stop being Sasha Banks and you're Mercedes Varnado, no one wants to know you. And all you're going to have is that you like anime and wrestling. And they're not going to be in your DMs anymore because they're going to understand, man, she's boring. I don't like wrestling or anime. Why am I with this bitch? You know what I'm saying? And I think she's going to learn at the end of the day, man, that, hey, you should have stayed with that little man who's a seamstress, who loves anime, who wore a mask for years and was a masked wrestler who just didn't make it. But he respects your grind, he respects your hustle, and everything about you. He obviously loves.
And he was okay with being number 2, and he was okay playing in the background.
Yeah. Let her hook up with a wrestler that's and I mean I don't know any guys that are single in AEW or WWE, but if she are maybe she can be a home wrecker because I'm pretty sure those exist in Rick Osprey's home. But I used to love my stepson. Screw him, bruv. I'm with Mercedes now. You know, whatever happens, if she, I don't really think that it's going to be the same as this man taking the abuse because I'm pretty sure he took some abuse.
Oh, probably. I
Um,
don't know. I don't want to say he did, but
maybe not. I'm not talking about she beat him. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sure he was the victim of a lot of rants, a lot of
Yeah, because to put it out there on public in a public interview that you were mad that he messed up your gear and that you felt like he did it on purpose and you cried because you were upset because he was ruining your moment as your WrestleMania main event because he was mad because you were leaving him. No, you wouldn't do that. First of all, you saw
Is
the
that what she
gear.
said?
That's what she said.
She said he was mad that she was leaving him.
Mm-hmm.
Where she was leaving him and she still had him making gear.
Yep. That's. I feel like that's your fault. I feel like you set yourself up for failure. You set him up to be like, oh well, here you go. But I don't like green. I do. There you go, bitch. Have a great match with Bianca. I hope she beats your ass because she is.
Oh god.
It didn't make sense. Her decision making when it came to that, I didn't agree with it. Didn't align. Now that you brought up what you said, I think maybe her pool of dating opened up and she was ready to explore that.
Yeah.
Especially with the Mandalorian, I think Hollywood
Oh
dating,
man.
Hollywood dating and wrestling dating are not the same.
I'm in Star Wars now. I don't have to date people to just watch Star Wars.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm in Star Wars. I don't have to date the fans. You know, and now she's dating actors and maybe an actress. I don't know. Mercedes looks like she might, you know, go both ways. Some women just look at, she looks like.
But at the end of the day, she still is a nerd just like him.
I mean, she's still a geek. She's still a nerd, and there's nothing wrong with that because I am one
No,
too.
not at all. Not at all.
I mean, obviously, I think you're probably one. We've had conversations about random
definitely.
shit, about completely random shit other than wrestling. That was definitely not something that someone should have if they had any non-nerd or outside interest. But other than wrestling, which this is a nerd interest as well. But yeah, she is a nerd. But I bet you she also probably feels uncomfortable when she's around people that aren't nerds. So she's faking it to make it.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Back to Megan Thee Stallion. She never faked it to make it. She didn't give a damn if you liked it. Yep, I like anime, rap and anime, and eat sushi and want to go to Japan. All things that Mercedes has done in her life, obviously.
Yeah.
Her dream was to wrestle in Japan and dress up as a geisha. She's done both of those things.
She's winning, I guess.
She's winning. I'm not saying she's not winning, but the average person that in Hollywood is not going to really appreciate that for what it is because they're going to be like, "Oh, that's cute, honey. We're going to go to this Met Gala. You want to go or not?" It's a different story to me. So I think at the end of the day, she'll be back with him. See, he probably ain't looking for nobody. Last time I saw him, he was doing one of those TikToks with Mi Chin. When she was doing The Suspect. So he was there.
Oh, he still works over there?
Yeah, he still works for WB.
Okay.
So she can be mad if she won't. He still got a job.
Yeah.
A part of me feels like she left because he was there.
Which is weird because he defended her when she left.
He still loves her, I think. I mean, I don't
of
think
course.
He still loves her. She can probably throw him under the bus, say he's a horrible seamstress, make a petition for WWE to fire him. He'll still be like, Mercedes the greatest thing in AEW history. Mercedes for president, you know, and she can, I really love you, Snoop. Snoop's like, I loved you too. Nobody else wants an ugly ass either, you know. But I mean, I just think that's how that is. Um, but I don't know. I think that they'll be back together at the end of the day because I know he truly loves her. And once her talent pool dries up again, as it's going to, once they get to know her, like, wow, not only is she a prima donna, she's boring, you know?
Yeah, I don't see her being exciting or entertaining other than she.
And once she takes
Because
this,
after her acting like she's the coolest person, the richest person in the world is over with, I'm assuming it's just a geek after that.
yeah, it's a geek playing with her dog, naming her dog's anime names. Granted, I have a cat named Snarf, so I'm not making fun. And a cat named Battle Cat. I'm not joking on her.
Battle Cat,
Yes,
that's
but
pretty cool.
that's because I like He-Man. I mean, but I'm not mad at her for any of her things that she, because I know she loves Dragon Ball. She loves Sailor Moon. She loves all these things. But so I'm not mad at her situation. But what I am upset with is that you can't leave this man who was there for you when you were just
Yeah,
Mercedes on the street, wrestling in backyards and taking bumps with Leo Rush because you were wrestling Leo Rush on the show on the opening match, you know, in a mixed tag match. Like that didn't make sense. But this man didn't make it in WWE as a wrestler, but he made it in WWE as a seamstress.
yeah,
He made it. He has a job. You know,
yeah.
um, he just wasn't luchador material for them.
Yeah.
Um, but you made it to the top. Like you were somebody that Triple H loved, Shawn Michaels loved, Vince loved to a point. It was the two. It was the to a point that you didn't like,
Yeah.
and you were upset that they didn't want to give the women's tag team division uh, platform. But they don't give the tag team division a platform. The men's tag team division didn't get a platform around about that time.
Although I do think maybe she would have handled it better if, I don't know. I'm assuming something went south in that conversation. I'm assuming one of them said something crazy that didn't line up with I don't know. I'm assuming I guess the way the tone it was handled, or and this is all just assumption, but I do feel like maybe Wade, Johnny Ace, or somebody either gonna do it, or we're gonna get somebody else to do it, or something like that. And
Oh yeah.
things went so maybe if it was handled a little bit better, maybe they would have still did it. I don't know.
I really think that with Johnny Ace, he's definitely a problem. It was a problem anyway for a lot
Yeah.
of the stuff when it came to Vince. Vince definitely. I mean, he was Vince's co-signer. I mean, heck, they they had sex with a girl together. That's definitely something that you're not gonna say no. Well, my boss manipulated me to have sex with because I was tired of seeing Vince's balls. But no, I mean, you ruined your whole life. You got divorced by the Bellas' mom
Ugh.
because you chose this lifestyle. And you say it's all because this man told you, hey, do this or you're fired. Come on now. That's crazy. To me, that just shows that Johnny Ace is willing to do anything and he'll throw anybody under the bus, even Vince.
Oh, definitely.
To
It took him a minute, but yeah, he did.
to do what to get over. So Johnny's a horrible person. So yeah, I wouldn't put it past him if he said something sideways to Trinity or Mercedes at the time. But Mercedes has stated that her problem was Vince directly, that she had a conversation with him directly, and that hurt her feelings. She felt dismissed by her concerns about the directions of the women's tag team championship that she was getting, and I don't know if you remember, but she was getting a women's titles match.
Yeah,
And
because he was supposed to have a triple threat, and she was supposed to win that.
Mm-hmm. And she was going to be featured, but she would rather do the tag team title match with Naomi at the time, which I understood. I mean, and Naomi was going to be on the other side wrestling for the women's championship for SmackDown. So it was going to be the tag team champions. They were going to be featured. They just weren't going to be featured as the tag team champions. And I don't see why that should be an issue.
Maybe she didn't want to work with who was the champ?
Oh crap! Was it Ronda? Ronda was one of the.
That's what I think it was. I think she didn't want to work with Ronda. That might have been what the real problem was.
But Ronda requested to work with Mercedes because she thought Mercedes was good.
Oh, I don't know then.
Ronda wanted Mercedes because she thought Mercedes was smooth in the ring.
Huh? I mean, and Ronda's also on her own crusade saying that Bruce Pritchard and and Johnny Ace and Vince are all in it together.
All in it together. You know, that's the rape crew. You better get away from them. You better
and
run.
Because of that, now Bruce Pritchard's been off the podcast for weeks.
Well, they said Bruce is going to be back.
Is he going to be back?
He's supposed to be back next week in his normal WWE job.
Oh, okay.
So Bruce should be back here soon.
They told him he couldn't hide forever.
They said the first SmackDown, the next week's he's coming back tonight. So he'll be back tonight. Bruce will be back
okay
at work. So I don't think he's gonna miss Netflix. Bruce will be there. Bruce is back. Poor Bruce. You know, I hope he's okay. Even if he is scum, but you know, scum has talent. Scum has talent too. Vince has talent. Yes, I know Vince is a victim too because his mom went to diddle. She just wanted a McMahon, damn it. You know, didn't matter who.
Well, I guess it's easy to forget that they are from Trailer Park.
Yeah. You know, I think a lot of people do forget Vince McMahon's true upbringing. We just think, oh, he's a McMahon. His father was well-to-do and a promoter.
Yeah, this is crazy for billionaires. But it's like before that, they were.
Yeah, it's like
Trailer Park drama. That's pretty.
His father was. She wasn't. He wasn't until until he was getting diddled, and I guess Vince Senior was like, I guess I need to get my kids, and he's getting diddled. I guess
he was so in love with Vince McMahon Senior, he wouldn't change his name.
Mm-hmm. He wanted to be Vince. He wanted to be Vince so much. Vincent Kennedy McMahon. You know, and hey, I can't be mad. Vince created what wrestling is now, what we know.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, we still have some old tropes and people like Cody and a little bit of Triple H are fighting for the old NWA, because I know Triple H was more of a fan of the NWA than the WWE.
Yeah.
And obviously Cody was a fan of the WWE, but I think now that he's becoming an adult, he's done probably more research on the territories where his father did majority of his work in.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely sure. I think him winning that NWA belt was another, I guess, love letter to his dad or something. I don't.
Him winning the NWA title from Nick didn't even make sense because Nick was on a hell of a run, and then you just give it to Cody.
He gave it back to him though.
Yeah, I mean, what does it matter? Braun Breaker lost the Intercontinental title twice already, and he's gotten it back.
He's lost it twice?
Lost it to Jay, and he lost it to Sammy. So, and then he got it back both times, but it didn't make sense. No, he didn't. Yeah. He lost it to Sammy. That did make sense. No, Sammy beat him. He should have beat Sammy.
No. Yeah, Sammy beat Gunther, and then he beat Sammy.
Yeah.
At SummerSlam.
Mm-hmm.
So he just lost it once and got it back.
Yeah.
He's a 2-time champ.
He's a 2-time champ. So, but it didn't make sense that he's
No, it didn't.
been a 2-time champ.
It didn't make sense because he came out, shook his hand, and then 2 weeks later beat him up.
But that was it didn't make sense. But then when they said why they changed that, because they were going to go with him versus Gunther, you know, and
And
do
then
that program.
why didn't they?
Because they felt like Damian Priest still needed more.
So it's like, oh, we're gonna make you a heel again. Just go back and
Yeah.
beat him up.
Just go back to being a heel. We'll save that for later. And Damian Priest needs more. But now it seems like since him and Punk are wrestling on house shows, maybe it should be for Punk now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think definitely we'll see Damian. Maybe we'll see. Not Damian, but Gunther versus CM Punk. You know, for the title, CM Punk. Maybe CM Punk goes over on Seth tonight, which I was putting Seth over CM Punk. But if CM Punk goes over, that'll definitely make him number one contender for the title.
Oh yeah, definitely, most definitely.
So maybe that'll be a stipulation added to tonight's pay-per-view. I mean, tonight's Raw. I feel like it's a pay-per-view. But tonight's Raw debut, it'll be a stipulation added to where CM Punk, if whoever wins, CM Punk or Seth Rollins becomes number one contender for Gunther's title. I know Gunther and seems like they're teasing Gunther and Logan Paul even. So I don't know.
They did the Netflix press conference thing. They did. He said because Gunther said, Logan said he wanted to win a world title, and Gunther came out, and yeah. So we might get that. I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, that would be all right. I'd be fine with it. It didn't like the match would be bad.
No, it'd be good.
Because, as we stated earlier, Logan Paul doesn't have bad matches.
No.
And Gunther doesn't have bad matches either.
So yeah, it worked.
Seems like banger after banger after banger, in my opinion.
Oh, definitely.
But, sir, we have been on here forever.
I'm about to go to sleep.
Me too, because I won't be able to watch Raw if I stay up any longer. But it's been real, sir. We are Road Break, a pro wrestling podcast. I'm Alex. That's
Peter.
And we will see you guys next time.
See ya.
Peace.